Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are LA.
After a terrific 7-3 road trip, the Angels come back to the Big A for the final homestand of the season. Mike Trout and the Halos look to stay hot and finish the year off with a bang. Mariners, Angels, next. It's unusual. We have overcast skies, but the Halos certainly happy to be back after a 10-game road trip. Tonight they kick off a 6-game homestand with a first of 3 against the visiting Seattle Mariners. Hi, everybody, from inside the Big A and alongside Mark Gubas, I'm Victor Rojas. So glad you could join us for Angels baseball here on Fox Sports West. And while Josh Hamilton was the hero 2 days ago as the Angels took the series against the Oakland Athletics, the guy that everyone seems to keep talking about is Mike Trout, and he's having a fantastic month of September.
Yeah, Victor, he started a little slow on the road trip, but boy, did he end it with a bang. 3 straight games in Oakland with some monster home runs from Mike Trout. Got a fastball in the part of the plate, and he hit this ball about as far as you can hit a baseball to center field, well over 450 feet. The very next night, back to center field once again. This one out the other way of center field, and then he got a breaking ball over the middle part of the plate, left center field for back-to-back game for home runs for Mike Trout. He's been that consistent at the end of the road trip, driving the ball 6 RBI to boot during that stretch. First player in American League history, 25 home runs, 30 steals, 100 walks, and he's also scored over 100 runs too. He's done everything imaginable to help this club win ball games. He's a lot of fun to watch. Should be a lot of fun against Seattle, hitting nearly 393 against them this season. So keep that long ball going and keep the offense rolling.
You can have your MVP. He's the BPP, best player on the planet. That is Mike Trout. And tonight we have not Jared Weaver on the hill. He was scratched with a tightness in his forearm. Matt Shoemaker making his Major League debut for your Angels. We're just about ready for baseball here at the Big A, so sit back and relax. We're going to bring you the lineups and the first pitch when we return. AT&T Rethink Possible by possibility at 1-800-PICK-AT&T. Rethink possible. By CarMax. Start the search for your next car at CarMax. CarMax, start here. And by Toyota's nationwide clearance event. Now you can save big on every Toyota car, truck, and SUV. We welcome you back out to the Big A, the first of 6 on this homestand. The Seattle Mariners in for 3. Oakland rolling into town on Monday for a 3-game set. And that will end the Angels' home schedule as the Halos, after a 7-3 road trip, now find themselves at 74 and 78 on the season. Halos have taken the field. We'll check out the Seattle Mariners starting 9 as presented by the manager Eric Wedge. Seattle with a 67 and 86 mark. Have Dustin Ackley leading things off at second. Michael Saunders in center. Franklin Gutierrez in right field. Kendrys Morales at DH. Raul Ibanez had a fantastic season. He's in left field. Justin Smoke, switch hitters over at first base. Nick Franklin also a switch hitter. He is struggling offensively, though. He's at shortstop. Mike Zunino behind the plate. And Carlos Trienfeld is getting to start over at third base. Typically a middle infielder, more likely a shortstop, but playing in place of Kyle Seager, who gets the day off today. And making his Major League debut, Matt Shoemaker, 26 years of age, native of Michigan. And good to see him in the big leagues this year after 29 starts at AAA this season.
Yeah, Shoemaker fastball, 88 to 92. Occasionally a four-seam fastball will touch 94. Slider, curveball, very good. Swing and miss, split finger fastball. Throws a lot of strikes in AAA this season in over 180 innings pitched. Just 29 walks, 160 punch-outs. So he's around the plate. Bottom line is to be able to go out and breathe early on. That first batter in your Major League debut, so important just to be able to relax.
Yeah, breathing imperative in all walks of life.
Yes.
Let's check out the defense behind Shoemaker today. You've got J.B. Shuck in left, Mike Trout at center, Cole Calhoun in right. The infield consists of Andrew Romine, Eric Ivar, Howie Kendrick, and Mark Trumbo from third to first, and Hank Conger behind the plate.
And Shoemaker's a guy that's going to get a lot of ground ball action. Howie Kendrick's been very good at second base position since coming back. His first start here at home since that collision with Cowgill out in right center field. Has committed 10 errors, turned 63 double plays, 981 fielding percentage for Howie Kendrick at second base.
Halos now 19-7 since August 23rd. Have played very good baseball out on the road. And with their win on Wednesday in Oakland, have a record of just one game over 500 out on the road. Considering how the season started, pretty good steps forward at 39 and 38. They're 5 under here at home at 35 and 40. Matt Shoemaker's first Major League pitch is outside for ball 1. Dustin Ackley hitting .251, 4 home runs, 30 runs batted in. Back at his familiar second base. Seen him play some outfield as well. Takes a strike. And it's evened up at 1-1. Shoemaker, of course, making the start tonight. In place of Jared Weaver. Scratched from this start due to tightness in his right forearm. He's been dealing with that on and off over the last couple of starts. 1-1 pitch, foul back, 1-2.
Good stuff early on, 92, 92, 93. Doesn't waste a lot of time, doesn't walk around the mound a whole lot, stays right on the pitching rubber.
Our kind of guy.
Love to see that.
There's Jared hanging out. A little tapper up the first base line, Shoemaker. And that ball hits Ackley in foul territory. It's a foul ball. But Jared, if everything goes well, is scheduled to make a start on Wednesday, which is the last game at home this year against the Oakland Athletics, and that's a 12:35 start on Wednesday.
You know, and all indications are that he will start on Wednesday, which will be his last start of the season with the final 4 games in Texas. 10-game winner once again, 8 straight seasons of double figures in wins. Never had less than 11, so he might want to get an opportunity to go out and get that 11th victory.
Yeah, 23 starts this year, and of course missed a considerable amount of time dealing with that broken left elbow after that start in Texas the first week. As Ackley strikes out swinging, Matt Shoemaker picks up his first big league punch out, 1 out here in the first.
It's a good way to start your career. First batter you face, you get a swing and miss. Second overall pick just a couple of seasons ago, and Ackley cannot catch up. Like a split finger fastball from Shoemaker, gets a punch out.
Don't you throw the ball out? Shouldn't you?
Hitters do. I don't know why pitchers don't do that.
Seriously, this is a non-drafted free agent. He's worked his way up and he makes a major league start. Are you kidding me? I'd be running over to the dugout handing it off to Rick Smith or somebody. So go put that in my locker.
Can you imagine the abuse you're taking in that opposing dugout?
Who cares? Michael Saunders takes down low.
It isn't fair.
It is not fair.
Yeah.
I agree. Saunders, 237 average, 10 home runs, and 42 runs batted in. Well, coming out of spring training, even in spring training, coming out of spring training, Saunders was on a tear. Then spent some time on the disabled list, and he's not been the same guy since. This is a kid that they've been waiting for to kind of flourish at the major league level, and it just hasn't happened for him as of yet.
Yeah, he's got a lot of speed. Can run well, good throwing arm in the outfield. Just hasn't put it all together yet. Seattle got to be growing short on patience with a number of their young players not putting up the numbers they anticipated at some point here early in their careers.
He's ahead of the count at 2 balls and a strike. This one lifted foul and out of play. 2-2. Seattle offensively 15th in batting average. There's the manager, Eric Wedge. 3rd in home runs, but 13th in runs scored, 10th in slugging, 13th in on-base percentage. And looking ahead to the offseason for them and what they need to do, it's going to be the offense once again. That pitch just missed inside. It's a full count. They tried to address it last offseason, trading for Kendrys, signing Raul Ibanez. Michael Morse taking a flyer on Jason Bay. That didn't work out. 3-2. Saunders takes down low. And there's a walk. So man on with 1 out here in the first. Mike Scioscia wants to know where that pitch was at.
That looked like a pretty good pitch. Good location, fastball, right down the heart of the plate at the knees. Yes, that was a good pitch.
Andy Fletcher disagrees. He's behind the plate today, calling the balls and strikes. And by the way, did you see the replay of the Tigers game yesterday? Prince Fielder against the Seattle Mariners scores what eventually was the winning run. Was tagged in the face right before the foot touched home plate on a double by Victor Martinez. Put Detroit up 5-4, and they eventually won as Franklin Gutierrez settles into the batter's box, and he looks at a breaking ball for a strike. Prince was in the postgame show, and he was asked the question, were you out or were you safe? And he said, what did the home plate umpire call it?
Oh, I know that one all too well. We went to that clubhouse asking our video guy, hey, where was that pitch? What did the umpire call? He said a ball. Well, it was a ball. I said, well, it's right down the middle of the plate. He goes, what did the umpire call it? I said a ball. He goes, well, that's what it was.
I knew you'd appreciate that.
Oh, jeez. He's honest.
Yeah.
That's what the umpire called it.
It is. Saunders over at first with 1 out. Just underway here at the Big A. Throw to first. Saunders back easily. 12 stolen bases for the big man. He has been caught 5 times. Seattle doesn't run a whole lot. Just 46 stolen bases on the year. That puts him 14th in the American League.
Yeah, a little different approach as far as getting himself into a stolen base and comfortable position to try to steal a base, Saunders.
This one's fouled back. No balls and 2 strikes on Gutierrez, getting to start out in right field. 260 with 8 home runs and 22 runs batted in. And, another injury-plagued season for Franklin. A couple of stints on the disabled list. Hamstrings the issue this year. 0-2. Little tapper up the line, foul. As a pitcher who's not pitching the big leagues, and you can kind of feed off, especially in September, you can feed off of the youngsters that have been added to the roster, but you'd think you'd have the advantage, perhaps a little slight advantage, first time through the order.
No question. And most of these guys don't have any idea other than looking at video and getting some information from fellow minor leaguers that have faced Schumacher before. And Shoemaker's a guy that has good stuff. We've seen it already. He's got a good fastball, but he throws a lot of strikes. That's the one thing they have to be telling him. He's around the strike zone. And that should be a benefit for him because then he can start expanding the zone. But always advantage pitcher when hitters have not seen you before.
29 starts at Salt Lake, 11-13 mark, a 4.64 ERA. Saunders easily back. Not a very big lead for him.
Shoemaker striking out Ackley. First batter he faced, and walked Saunders on a questionable call. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with a breaking ball. 2 down.
Well, so far this pitch has great downward action. Split finger fastball. He's got a punch out. 2 of them with that pitch.
It's pretty firm too. Doesn't have a kind of a forkball tumble to it. It stays down.
Yeah, he does a good job as far as the same plane as his fastball. That's what's important for him. Make sure he stays down in that level to go along with his fastball.
2 outs and Saunders at first. Here's Kendrys Morales at DH. Free agent to be. .280 average, 22 home runs, 78 runs batted in for Kendrys. 32 doubles on the year. Howie a couple of steps out at shallow right. The first one is in there.
17 pitches thrown, 11 strikes. Pretty good for your debut, especially with all that adrenaline butterflies going as you make your debut at the major league level here in this field.
Ibar shading Morales toward the middle. Foul back. No balls, 2 strikes. Morales pretty much split as far as his batting average from both sides of the plate this year. Saunders takes off, pitches inside and throw down from Conger with 1 hops Ibar and trickles out into shallow center. So Saunders will pick up a stolen base, his 13th, and Conger will get charged with his 7th error.
Pretty good jump. Saunders anticipating something off speed on an 0-2 pitch. Always believe that's a pretty good pitch to go on. Got a good jump. Good throw. He might have him, though.
I agree.
Slide, but a throw right on the base. Have an opportunity to finish off the inning. Now you're dealing with Kendrys Morales with a man on third.
One-two pitch. Swing and a miss. Down he goes. How about that? Matt Shoemaker making his major league debut. Picks up 3 strikeouts in the first. We'll head to the bottom of the inning with no score. Shoemaker, 3 strikeouts, and he should have had it with 1 fewer batter than Michael Saunders. To check out the Angels starting 9 for Mike Scioscia, J.B. Shuck at left, Howie Kendrick at second, Mike Trout at center, Josh Hamilton at DH, Mark Trumbo in first base, Cole Calhoun is in right field, Eric Ibar at short, Hank Conger behind the plate, and Andrew Romine batting ninth and playing third. Taking on the 23-year-old right-hander native of Rivas, Nicaragua, by the name of Erasmo Ramirez.
Could you say that again?
Going to roll my Erasmo Ramirez.
Ramirez fastball, 90-94, slider, curveball, changeup. Has allowed 12 home runs in 65 innings pitched.
J.B. Shuck looks at a strike. You Philly guys can't roll your R's?
Not after last night.
I didn't think so. J.B. Shuck, 296 average, a couple of home runs, 39 runs batted in. What a game he had on Wednesday against Oakland. He bounces this one towards second. Dustin Ackley has it. And there's the first out. Let's check out the Mariners defensively tonight. Ibanez, Saunders, Gutierrez in the outfield from left to right. The infield, consistent Trienfeld, Franklin, Ackley, and Smoke from third to first, and Zunino behind the plate.
Ibanez getting a lot of playing time out in left field for the M's with Kendrys Morales. Morales doing most of the DH and has 6 outfield assists. 4 errors for Ibanez, who's hit extremely well in his career versus the Angels. A batting average over 300, 326 with 23 home runs for Ibanez against the Angels.
Howie hitting .302 with 11 home runs at 48 runs batted in. That one misses down and away. 17 doubles and 4 triples for Kendrick. Howie had a day off on Wednesday. Grant Green got to start at second. Hard slider, 1-2.
51 strikeouts in 65 innings pitched for Ramirez. Got a good slider. He likes to go to that pitch quite a bit. That and a very good changeup.
Angels faced him on August 24th at Safeco. That one's outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ramirez allowed 2 runs. Check that, 3 runs, 2 earned. 6 2/3 innings, allowing 7 hits. Struck out 5. Ended up taking the loss. Howie loops one into right field. There's a 1-out single.
Well, Howie's so good with that inside-out approach fastball. Pretty good fastball inside. Ramirez a lot of pitches away. It goes the other way for a base hit.
Mike Trout steps to the plate. We'll check out our Hyundai key to the game.
Boy, right on tune here with Mike Trout going wrecking ball. Your favorite, Miley Cyrus. The way the team has been swinging the bat, especially on this road, be able to carry it on to home. But Mike Trout has gone back-to-back games with a home run.
That's what she's nicknamed her twerk. Wrecking ball.
Oh, yeah.
Trout hitting .330 with 26 home runs, 92 runs batted in. Looks at a slow breaking ball for a strike. Mike had a 1-for-5 game Wednesday. It was a 2-run home run. He's homered in 3 straight games for the first time in his career. The foam hat. Oh, we missed you. 1-1.
Saw quite a few of those on the road, including the Mike Trout hat. Trout on the hat itself. A lot of those made the road trip.
It's amazing those get through TSA.
Yeah.
Trout at 39 doubles, 9 triples on the year. 1-2. Crowd still filing in here. Kind of a weird day today, though. Overcast all day. Cooler temperatures, much cooler than the last homestand. Temperatures 90s, mid-90s throughout. 2-2.
Yeah, we were in polos. It was so hot.
Yeah.
That last homestand.
3 against Seattle, and then Oakland rolls into town on Monday for 3.
Gotta believe Trout's going to get a slider here now from Ramirez.
Quick throw over, and Kendrick again back. 2-2 on the way. Slider back up the middle. Franklin flips to Ackley for one. Bring it to first, not in time. Just like you said, he was going to get a breaking ball. But they get the lead runner for round number 2, and Trout reaches on the fielder's choice.
A lot of times, as a hitter, you can almost look for something away. After a fastball was thrown up and in like Ramirez threw the pitch before, you almost look away. It's a pretty good slider, though. Late break to it. It's a ground ball to shortstop. Trout easily beats it out. Stays alive, an opportunity to be able to steal a base potentially here.
Josh Hamilton up. 245 average for Josh. Looks at a fastball for a strike. 21 home runs and 72 runs batted in. And 21st, of course, in the 9th inning off Grant Balfour to tie the game up at 4. And then he had the sac fly in the 11th to win it. Ackley out in shallow right. Hamilton fouls it off to left, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. Breaking pitch, loop down the right field line. That falls in for a hit. Trout on his way to third. Hamilton will stop at first. And the Halos have runners at the corners with 2 outs for Mark Trumbo.
And the one thing you notice from most clubs against the Eagles, especially with Mike Trout going from first to third on this base hit by Hamilton, as he continues to swing the bat well, as they get that ball in quickly because they know that Trout may indeed, especially Dino's looking in to see where the throw is going to be. If it's thrown into the cutoff, man, he may indeed had sent him home. That's why always go as hard as you can to third base when you're at first, especially with Dino there, very aggressive. That third base coach's box.
Hamilton came in batting .317 in the month of September. Here's Trumbo. With 2 outs, Mark swings the first fastball and fouls it back. Trumbo on the season, 240, 34 home runs, 98 runs batted in. He's had a heck of a September as well. 5 home runs, 14 RBIs this month.
13 career home runs against Seattle.
Slider down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Month of September for Trumbo, 265 average prior to tonight, his second best month. His best is April this year. Hit 326 games, had 5 home runs that month. Grounds this one over to second base. Ackley has it. And the bottom of the first is in the books as the Halos leave a couple of men on. 1 complete, we're scoreless.
On the Carl's Jr. Sports Update. Someone getting very close to a magical number tonight.
Oh,
And some crazy games in the wild card implications.
Anything to do with Cleveland? Ro Labonte is ready to lead things off here in the second.
It might have rained a little bit in Cleveland today. That's a shock, by the way.
Can I talk about Cleveland?
Yeah.
That's not part of your update?
No.
Okay.
Well, I'll let you know.
How did they bang that game after 7 innings because of rain?
Yeah. I mean, it's a 2-1 final after 7 innings. Houston, Cleveland. Cleveland leading 2-1 after 7. We're in the 7th inning when the rain came. Game called at that point. Surprising.
Now, remember, that's an umpiring crew decision as Ibanez takes down low, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. But, you got games the last week and a half of the season that matter, especially with Cleveland just a half game back of the wild card.
I mean, it's a 2-1 game.
Exactly. 2 balls and 1 strike. You'd think they'd wait for a while there. It better be pouring, like you said, until about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it has to be. They must have gotten that information, the umpiring crew, and knew there was no chance to resume at any point.
Ibanez lifts one fouling out of play, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And the one thing they always talk about when there's rain, they look for that window. If there's a window of opportunity to play some baseball, that clearly there must not be any window available to continue that game. Otherwise, you would think they would.
Boy, if the Rays and Texas both lose, Cleveland Indians lead the wild card.
And there's some stress in both of those games.
Yeah. We'll wait for that one.
Yes.
2-2, bounced up the line, just fouled. Count remains at 2-2 on Ro Labonte. Barul hitting .252, 28 home runs, 64 runs batted in. Those 28 home runs this year, giving him now 299 on his career. 20 doubles and a couple of triples. This is his 118th game as he yanks this one down the line, and it's hooking foul, thankfully. He's got great numbers in his career against the Angels. .326 batting average with 23 home runs in 152 games against the Halos.
He had 95 RBI.
The batting average 7th best among active players. Full count.
Tried to force that split finger fastball over through that one. Shoemaker's been hitting his spots for the most part so far. 3 punch outs in the first inning and a walk.
And he walked him. So leadoff man is on board. And folks, season seat deposits for the 2014 season are now being accepted. You can place your deposit now and receive priority for next season. For more info and to place that deposit, just call 888-796-HALO or log on at angels.com/season seats. So Shoemaker now with 3 strikeouts, 2 walks, facing Justin Smoak, switch hitting first baseman. Comes in batting .246, has 17 home runs and 43 runs batted in. All 17 of Smoak's home runs from this side of the plate, none from the right. This one's lifted in the air down the left field line. J.B. Shuck is over.
Well, we're so used to seeing J.B. Shuck dive for a ball, go slam up against the wall. He's made some unbelievable plays of late, including the one here when he fell in the stands.
Yeah, that is part of our AT&T Twitter poll question of the series, and we'll get that to you a little bit later on.
See how we put it all together?
That's my tease.
Oh, yeah.
But he had a great game on Wednesday. That catch he made in the 8th inning, a game saver, because if that ball gets by him or does not catch it, man at first base probably going to score. Then it's a 3-run deficit for the Angels and still nobody out.
And a great throw in the second. He has 7 outfield assists.
Leads the Angels in that category as Nick Franklin looks at strike 1.
Was certainly in that conversation for sure for AL Rookie of the Year.
I just saw something in that Cleveland thing. The online forecast shows 10% chance of rain from 11 to midnight. 25% from midnight to 1.
So in other words, they were counting on that 10%.
Yeah. Two teams in Kansas City right now, Texas and the Royals. Probably not very happy.
No. I remember when we would play at the old stadium in Cleveland. I remember many a times they rolling up the tarp, putting it out on the field, and it was like, hey, it's not even raining. They said, well, it's raining at the airport. We're like, okay, but it's not raining here at the field, is it? And then all of a sudden, the deluge of rain would come in there. That's where the old saying came. It's raining at the airport.
Franklin lays off a high fastball. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
By the way, that was a beautiful stadium. Cleveland.
The mistake by the lake?
Yes.
Or the ocean, as Oil Can Boyd once described it. He really thought it was an ocean. It is a big body of water. As Franklin lifts one out to right. Cole Calhoun moving back on it. 2 down. Ibanez back to first.
McCann was amazing.
In more ways than you'll ever know.
Yes.
Is he still trying to mount a comeback?
I don't know if he's officially retired yet.
And why would he be?
No.
He could probably go the Satchel Paige route.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys where he just shows up at 55.
I saw him just about a year or two ago. He's still in really good shape.
Well, I mean, he's razor thin.
Yes.
Always has been. Here's Mike Zunino, the catcher, with 2 outs and Ibanez at first. No score. Swing and a miss on the breaking ball.
Boy, Bo Jackson hit a home run off him at Fenway Park that was unbelievably far. Even Oil Can had to turn around and admire how far that went. He was over there with a flag in left center field.
Isn't there a notion that runs through Boston? There by Fenway.
Oh, sure. He is the Can.
Yeah. 1 ball, 1 strike on Zunino, hitting .215. Has 3 home runs and 11 runs batted in. Foul at the plate. 1-2. Zunino spent some time on the disabled list. Had a fractured hamate bone in his left hand. He was out from July 26th to the 2nd of September. Picked up his first major league hit on June the 12th. In the hole here to ball and 2 strikes. Ibanez with a leadoff walk, stands at first. Gets him to reach on that one. Cal remains at 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Pretty good combination by Shoemaker with his slider and split finger fastball to go along with enough velocity on the fastball to make the hitters aware of that pitch also. Double figures in wins the last 3 seasons in the minor leagues for Shoemaker.
Missed outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He struck out the side in that first inning. And since 1974, this is the 3rd Angels pitcher to do that in his debut. Kevin Craig, last to do it in 2003. Kyle Abbott back in '91. Nice dig out of the dirt. A full count now, and Ibanez will take off for the pitch. Our thanks to a great Dan Snyder down in our truck getting us that information.
He is the best.
Trouble playing in front of Ibanez over at first base with 2 outs. Trienfeld is on deck. This will be the 20th pitch of the inning for Shoemaker. And he gets Zunino to pop it up. JB shut. Appears to be under it. And we'll head to the bottom of the 2nd here at the Big A with no score. J.B. Shuck going over the wall. Cole Calhoun, that drive out in shallow right center field where he came out of nowhere. And then Andrew Romines, the last road trip in Houston, over the shoulder catch.
It's going to be a tough one. All four were unbelievable.
And no, we don't accept all of the above.
No.
Hashtags it to the right. Send us a tweet at Fox Sports West. Give you the updated total a little bit later on in the game. Speaking of diving catches, Cole Calhoun leads things off by looking at a strike. It'll be Calhoun, Ibar, and Conger for the Angels here with no score in the second.
Well, Calhoun had a very good road trip himself. 341 batting average, a home run, 10 RBI.
Bounces this one to the left side. Nice pick by Franklin. Off balance. Whoa, and they do get him by half a step.
Boy, how quick was that transfer? The glove to the throwing arm. Outstanding play by Franklin. Now quick and pivot and throw across the diamond. A perfect throw. Calhoun trying to beat that out for an infield hit. Ball in the glove just as he steps on the base.
Cole trying to snap an 0 for 9, now 0 for 10. He's having his 9-game hitting streak snapped. Here's Eric Ibar. Oh, and 1. Trienfeld playing in on the grass at third base. Smoke playing back at first. Eric hitting .270. Has 30 doubles, 5 triples, 6 home runs, and 53 runs batted in. He led off that 9th inning against Grant Balfour on Wednesday with a base hit.
How about that play? He ended the game in the pop-up. He went almost behind first base. And he was playing shortstop. He made his way all the way around to make that play. He was determined to make sure that game ended. Eric Ibar asserting his leadership skills on this club.
He cleared Tommy Field out of the way.
Yes, he did.
One ball, 2 strikes. Ramirez gave up a couple of singles in the first inning. The Angels eventually left runners at first and third. Halos at home this year have hit well. .275 batting average this season, compared to .257 out on the road as Eric pulls this one over to second. 2 down. That's 4 ground ball outs for Rosmer Ramirez. Here comes Hank Conger with no score and 2 outs. Base is clear.
Yeah, nothing hit in the air that's been caught yet. And there's been a ground ball machine so far.
.263 average for Conger. Takes down low. Showing bunt there was Trienfeld playing in the overshift.
Yeah, but with Hank's power, and he's still hobbling a little bit, some quad issues, you want him swinging away. With 2 outs, maybe leading off an inning, but with 2 outs, you want him to drive the ball.
Up the line, that hits the bag, hits Smoke, but he nabs it, touches the base, and the Angels go down in order. 2 in the books here at the big game. We're scoreless. Hey, folks, on Sunday, it's Fan Appreciation Day. Halo's taking on these M's at 12:35. Fans in attendance have chances to win great prizes.
Really? How great?
From Apple Vacations, San Diego Zoo,
Yes.
Pop Chips. You ever had Pop Chips?
No.
Dude, you got to try them.
I will.
They're seriously good. And more.
And more?
Yeah.
How much more?
Much, much more. Purchase tickets today at the Angel Stadium Ticket Office or log on at angels.com. You've never had Pop Chips?
No.
I'll bring you some.
Please.
Especially the barbecue ones.
I love barbecue chips.
Especially Kansas City
Oh.
barbecue.
Used to like the Chiefs? No more. At least not for a few more days.
Trian fell, Ackley, and Saunders to face Matt Shoemaker, making his Major League debut today. 3 strikeouts, 2 walks. Trianville batting 128. Double. Couple of runs batted in. First one is down and away. 1 ball, no strikes. 41 pitches thrown by Shoemaker. So the first 2 innings, he's had to deal with a few pitches. Although in the first inning, he ended up striking out 3 guys. Trianville getting to start today at third base as Kyle Seager gets the day off finally. Started 106 consecutive games at third base. All the team's games since May 24. That's the longest streak by a third baseman in club history. Second longest active in Major League Baseball. Machado started 203 straight. So no Kyle Seager today as Trianville lifts one out to center. 1 out.
That's 4 straight fly ball outs for Shoemaker.
Contrasting styles, huh?
Yeah,
Shoemaker fly balls and Ramirez so far the ground ball machine.
Yeah, 6 ground ball outs for Shoemaker. I should say Ramirez 6 ground ball outs, Shoemaker 4 fly ball outs, and 3 punch outs.
Ackley looks at a strike. He punched out in the first innings. He's 0 for 1. Erasmo Ramirez, scoreless 2 innings as Ackley shoots one into center field. First hit of the night for Seattle. With 1 out here in the 3rd inning.
Tried to expand his zone ahead of the count. Too much to the plate. Ackley didn't square it up and hit it well enough to get it into the outfield. Tried to paint a fastball, but Ackley jumped on it.
Michael Saunders drew a walk in the first. Takes down low. Ackley doesn't run a whole lot. 2 stolen bases. Been caught 3 times, but we've been told that he might be the fastest guy on the team. Yet doesn't run a whole lot.
Yeah, a lot of times it's the comfort zone for a base stealer. How you read a pitcher, your lead, the jump you get.
Shoemaker falls behind here 2-0.
He tried to slide step a bit quicker. At this point with Saunders up, a very good hitter. I think in terms of not trying to be too quick, Ackley doesn't run a whole lot.
Ackley had 13 stolen bases last year, caught 3 times. 2-0. Breaking ball. 2-1. Shoemaker signed as a non-drafted free agent, just 26 years of age. At Eastern Michigan University. Bagley takes off. The hit and run is on. Ibar is there. He's only placed to first. 2 outs.
What a wise decision to be sending Ackley at that point. Otherwise, that's going to be a tailor-made 6-4-3 double play.
So man in scoring position, Franklin Gutierrez will step up. The right fielder 0 for 1 as he punched out his first time up. First one off speed. It's in at the knees.
.50 pitches thrown for Shoemaker, 32 in the strike zone.
Missed inside. Evens up the count at 1-1. It's been a couple of years since Franklin Gutierrez played a full season, or seemingly full season, with Seattle. 2010, 152 games. But over the last couple of years, he's had to deal with some nagging injuries. Missed a good chunk of the season, or started the season. 2011 with a stomach issue. He's dealt with a pectoral issue, hamstring issue, a number of things, and it's kept him with being an everyday player as he grounds out here. We'll head to the bottom of the third, still scoreless. Three strikeouts, 2 walks, 1 hit allowed. And here at the bottom of the third, the Angels setting up 9-1-2 themselves. Romine, Shuck, and Kendrick against Erasmo Ramirez. Andrew Romine hitting .247, 3 doubles, 7 runs batted in. Once again playing third base. Seems like more and more that Luis Jimenez may not be back the rest of the way, dealing with the shoulder issues. Romine fouls it back.
Chris Nelson should be real close to be able to play some third base too at some point. His last 9-10 games.
Two balls, 1 strike. Kriefeld playing it over at third base. As Romine looks at the strike. Going in at the knees. Seattle with 1 hit, the Angels with 2. Both of those hits coming in the first. Romine loops one out toward left. There's a base hit. So the Angels now have 3 hits on the night. First time they've had their leadoff man reach. Spins the lineup back to the top with J.B. Shuck coming up.
Take a look at our Chevrolet leaders. Batting average in the month of September, 286. He's up at the top, tied for the top. As far as batting average in the month of September. Batting average in 2010, 213, 251 and 11, 271 in 2012. But this season, very consistent. Swinging the bat well.
Breaking pitch, caught the inside corner. J.B. Shuck grounded out. His first time up, so he's up for 1. Oh, 1 pitch. It's down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. J.B. vying for the American League Rookie of the Year. Leads all American League rookies in total bases, hits, runs scored, multi-hit games, and doubles. He's 3rd in overall batting average. Jose Iglesias of the Tigers, 310. Will Myers for the Rays, 300.
Well, Iglesias and Shuck have both made some unbelievable defensive plays in their rookie seasons here.
Another quick throw and Romine back easily.
Let's see a hit and run here. Romine's got a pretty good sized lead at first base.
Romine started to go, then stopped. 1 and 2.
And Shuck's wanting to pitch out of the strike zone, so you might think there must have been something on. That's a big lead starting to go. Stops. And Shuck's wanting to pitch well off the plate.
The 1-2. Breaking pitch, sharply hit to Ackley. Feeds Franklin for 1. The relay on the course. It's a double play.
Well, Franklin's got some kind of arm at shortstop. Ackley with the flip over to short. Franklin quickly turns a 4-6-3 double play. Hard slide, but got rid of it quickly in a strong throw. Another out via the ground ball. 2 on 1 swing for Ramirez. He continues to get ground ball after ground ball.
So 2 outs, bases cleared. Howie Kendrick at the plate. Howie singled his first time up, so he's 1 for 1. So the slider for a strike. Two balls, 1 strike. Sharply hit to Ackley. A little bit of a bobble. Picks it up. Throws on to first. Just like that, the Angels half of the 3rd is done. 3 complete here at the Big A. Still scoreless.
Matt Shoemaker, debut, swing and miss. Dustin Ackley, split finger fastball to Gutierrez, his second punch out. Kendrys Morales swings and misses on a split finger fastball, also punched out the sides in the first inning for Matt Shoemaker. As far as making their debut as an Angels starter since 1974, Kyle Abbott, Kevin Gregg striking out the side.
Kendrys Morales looks at a breaking ball to lead off this fourth inning. Morales, Ibanez, and Smoke 4, 5, and 6 for Seattle. Kendrys struck out in that first inning. Three out. .55 pitches, 33 have been strikes for Shoemaker. On the corner. No runs, 1 hit, 3 left on for Seattle. No runs, 3 hits, an error, and 2 left on for the Halos. This one's pulled right to Trumbo, 1 out. Pays to be Paul Bunyan-like over at first base.
And a smile, quick as a cat. Look at that play. Mark Trumbo. That's why you throw strikes. Guys out on the field to make plays behind you.
1 out, nobody on, and it's Raul Ibanez. Drew a walk leading off the second. Oh, what count?
Good spot by Shoemaker. Now they have an opportunity to maybe bounce a split finger fastball.
One, 2 on the way. Didn't miss by much if it did.
And Mike Scioscia certainly didn't agree with that call. It's a good miss right off the corner.
And Ibanez goes down swinging. Conger applies the tag, 2 down.
And that's exactly why I said it's a good miss, because it forces Ibanez to expand his strike zone, because that ball was that close. And then you go again, this time a split finger fastball straight down in the strike zone, swing and miss. 1 pitch inside, the rest middle to middle away. Good sequence by Shoemaker.
Justin Smoak hit a fly ball to left field in his first at bat. Looks at a strike. That's some movement on that pitch, isn't it?
Good two-seam action.
One and two. One, two from Shoemaker. And Smoke goes down swinging. 2 strikeouts in the frame for Shoemaker in his first 1-2-3 inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th, scoreless. Arizona State, number 23 against number 5 Stanford, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, only on Fox. Now Arizona State may be number 23 because they got the benefit of a non-call at home.
Taking advantage
against
of
Wisconsin.
your situation.
Yep. What did the ref call?
Yes.
He didn't call anything, right?
He didn't call anything. So that was the call.
What a game.
That should be a good game.
Yeah.
Arizona State, Stanford. Cadnell.
Trout leading things off here in the 4th, and he looks at a fastball for a strike. Trout, Hamilton, and Trumbo against Erasmo Ramirez. He's allowed 3 hits. Retired the side in order in the 2nd. A lot of ground balls tonight. Trout reached on a fielder's choice.
A lot of first pitch strikes for Ramirez also. He's faced 12 batters 10 times. He's on a first pitch strike.
Two balls and 1 strike.
A lot of pitches away from Ramirez. He shows a fastball in on occasion, but most times fastball, slider away, changeup away.
Breaking ball missed in. 3 balls and a strike. Broken bat, looper out to right center field. That bat dies a hero. How about that? A flare single lead things off.
He ran that one in on him. Breaks his bat. The Trout strong enough to get another base hit. He'll take it. He's got 186 hits on the season. Shattered the bat.
Don't see that too often, do you?
He's always quick enough to get his hands in on the baseball, but that one had some late running action. That looked like it was meant to be away and ran in, dropped his wrist, ran the fastball in, breaks the bat, but the result is a base hit for Trout.
There's Josh Hamilton, who singled his first time up. Got a breaking ball down and in that he hooked down the line. Way inside. Nice play by Zunino. Gutierrez, the right fielder, shading Hamilton to pull, and that's why he was able to cut that ball off and hold Hamilton to a single in the first inning and keep Trout at third.
Zunino has thrown a little over 15% of would-be base stealers. Trout with 33 stolen bases on the season.
One ball, 1 strike. Took something off. 1-2.
Pretty good changeup.
Second straight inning in which the Angels have had their leadoff man reach via single. Romine did it in the third, and was put out on the double play ball that JB hit into.
One thing you notice from Ramirez, when he throws to first, it's generally real quick. He doesn't hold the ball and then throw over. So that allows you as a base runner to, once he gets into set position, that's when you can expand your lead.
Ground ball towards second. Ackley has it on the backhand, flips it to Franklin for one. Relay to first in time. Second straight inning. A leadoff single followed by a double play ball. 2 outs.
Well turned once again by middle infielders for Seattle. Ackley to Franklin, finishing off 4-6-3 double play. Backhand, tough little hop, flip, quick throw once again from Franklin. Just gets Hamilton at first. Not one outfield out yet recorded in the game for Seattle. No strikeouts for Ramirez, all ground ball outs.
Trumbo's 0 for 1. He grounded out to Ackley to end the first inning. And he strikes out swinging. And the Halos are done here in the fourth. 4 complete, still no score. Angels baseball is brought to you by Jack's Really Big Chicken Sandwich Combos for only $3.99 plus tax. Go big at a participating Jack in the Box today. And by Chase. Send money to almost anyone, anywhere with your smartphone. Chase, quick pay, so you can. Top of the fifth here at the Big A, no score. Matt Shoemaker making his major league debut, coming off his first 1-2-3 inning. He has 5 strikeouts, 2 walks, and 1 hit allowed. That was a single by Dustin Ackley in the third inning. He'll face the bottom third of the order here. He's thrown 66 pitches. Franklin, Zunino, and Trienfeld. Show and bunt takes down low. Hit a fly ball to deep right field his first time up, so he's 0 for 1. Leaving up the count.
Good changeup from Shoemaker. Go along with his split finger fastball.
Two balls and one strike. Very economical fourth inning, having thrown some pitches in the first three. Breaking ball. That's in there.
Well, he's had a real good feel for his off-speed pitches. Good pace.
Just got a piece of it to keep his at bat alive. 2 balls, 2 strikes. This one's fouled back and out of play.
One of the few split finger fastballs that Shoemaker has elevated.
And that is ripped into right field. Lead off single for Nick Franklin.
And here's tonight's Coors Light Cold Hard Fact. Mike Scioscia is at the helm. Angels are 74 and 78. Have finished 500 or better 11 of the last 13 seasons under Mike Scioscia. They finish off 7-3, be at 500. Been playing exceptional baseball of late. There's a good possibility of that. And Cold Hard Fact is brought to you by Frost Brew Coors Light.
Mike Zunino at the plate. Hit a fly ball to left his first time up.
And Zunino is grounded into 5 double plays.
In the dirt, and Franklin will take the extra base.
Split finger fastball looked like in the dirt. It's away from Hank Conger. Takes away that potential ground ball double play now.
One-0 pitch. Breaking ball. 2 balls, no strikes. The first 2 innings, throwing 20 pitches in each of those frames.
74 total. Here with no outs in the 5th.
Zunino pulls one down the left field line, and if it's fair, it's trouble, and that is foul.
Real close.
Well, I tell you what, from here, it looked like it was fair.
That's what I thought. That angle, I was looking at, he had a perfect view down here, but Jim Joyce right there to be able to see. Well, that ball foul. And the call was right.
Yep. Two one. Zunino fouls it off to the right. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Shoemaker with 5 strikeouts could use one right now. No way to keep Franklin at second base.
Zunino, first round pick, 3rd overall in last year's draft. University of Florida product. Bounces this one over to 3rd to take that. Romine on the first. High throw. The tag is applied for the first down.
Yeah, that works. You get a ground ball to that side of the infield, forces Franklin back to second base. Trumbo able to get up, jump up, and then apply a tag as it's off the base. Zunino going down the line, applies the tag before he's able to step on the base. Romine looked it back at it a lot of time, then a little more of an overhand throw than we normally see from Romine, and it elevated the throw. He's done a nice solid job at third base, no question. Middle infielder by trade, and a solid job at third.
Franklin at second. Here's Carlos Trienfeld getting to start over at third. He had a fly ball to Mike Trout leading off the 3rd inning. So he's 0 for 1. Franklin with a leadoff single, moved to second on a wild pitch. Scoreless tie here in the 5th. So going to miss on the breaking ball, 0-2.
Got to expand the zone again. Head of the count 0-2. Times you're tempted to go upstairs with a fastball. You can also bounce a split finger fastball or slider here. 5 times in this game so far for Shoemaker. 0-2 count.
Just got a piece of it. Count remains at 0 balls, 2 strikes. Third time tonight that Seattle's had a man in scoring position. Spin move, Franklin back easily. Saunders was stranded at 3rd. Ackley stranded at 2nd in the 3rd inning. And now Franklin here in the 5th. Halos have had just one opportunity. That was in the 1st inning. Ackley on deck. 0-2 again. Just outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Now you had him set up now for either a slider or a split finger fastball on the outside part of the plate and down.
This one's a little one hopper foul. Conversation now. Conger and Kendrick. 83 pitches by Shoemaker. Getting to start today in place of Jared Weaver. Tightness in his right forearm. Weaver, as of today, still slated to make his last start on Wednesday against Oakland. Jerome Williams going tomorrow. C.J. Wilson going on Sunday. These are the other 2 starters for this weekend series. Time is called. Beach ball on the field down the right field line. Take a look at our Nissan remaining schedule. It's in the 2 here against Seattle. 3-game set against Oakland. Then it's off to Texas for a 4-game series against the Rangers, and that begins on Thursday night.
Bottom line is Mike Scioscia has his club playing well with the thought process of getting at least the 500 mark, if not better, by the end of the season.
Trienfeld spoiling some pretty good pitches here.
What a great location. Eric Wedge has to like to see with his youngster what he's been doing at this at bat, fighting off some tough pitches.
Franklin still at second. And yet another 1-2. Bouncer foul. .55 strikes, 30 balls for Shoemaker. As advertised, a guy that is going to be around the strike zone. Actually just 29 walks and 189 in the third innings in the minor leagues this year. Had 160 strikeouts. He's issued 2 walks tonight. He struck out 5.
Boy, Hank Conger wanted that fastball upstairs, and he executed that pitch. Yet Trienfeld fouled that one off too late. But now that you change eye levels, now you can try that split finger fastball, try to bounce it. Made him aware of a high fastball.
Ninth pitch of the at-bat. Outfield shading him the opposite way. Trout to the alley in right center. Franklin with very good speed over at second base. Two and two.
Tried to sneak a fastball, two-seamer inside. Talking about trying to expand his zone all over the place. According to our Fox tracks, 3 up and away. Split finger fastballs down, fastball in.
Two now. This was pulled to third. Romine has it. Picks it cleanly. Low throw. Trumbo's got it. Fires back to third as advancing is Franklin. He is safe.
Well, nice job too by Eric Aybar just to field that ball. That's your responsibility with a low throw back. He bodied up. He's going to make sure that ball was going to stay in front of him. Low throw from Romine. Good pick by Mark Trumbo. Steps on the base and quickly throws over to third. But Aybar trying to keep that ball in front. Still made it a close play at third base. The important play though by Aybar, keep it in front of him.
So 2 outs and a man at third, and it's Dustin Ackley at the plate. Ackley 1 for 2 with a strikeout in the first and a single in the third inning. Takes just off the plate.
20 few pitches in that at bat. Trienfeld against Shoemaker, now up at 90 pitches. I asked Mike Butcher before the game what would be the pitch limit. He said around 110 to 120 range.
Long top of the 5th inning for Matt Shoemaker. 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Good off speed. Ground ball right back to the mound. Nice job by the youngster, and the inning comes to an end. We'll head to the bottom of the fifth. Still scoreless. And strands another base runner over at third. Still scoreless here in the fifth. Calhoun, Ibar, and Conger to face Erasmo Ramirez. He's thrown 51 pitches. 1 strikeout, no walks. A lot of ground balls for him today. Cole takes outside. Hopefully the long wait on the bench during the top of the inning affects Ramirez a little bit. See if the Angels can get something going. 4 hits overall against him.
Well, the key against him, because he's getting on those ground balls, to bring his pitches up in the strike zone.
Cole.
Like that.
Yeah, fouls that one back. And I said no strikeouts for Ramirez. He actually struck out Trumbo to end the fourth. So 1 punch out, no walks. 2 double play balls. Cole grounded out leading off the second inning. Nice play by Franklin to shortstop. This was a little bouncer up the line foul. Cole reaches for that one, flips it out onto left field, and there's a base hit to make that 3 straight innings. And they've got that leadoff man on via single.
Well, that's a pretty good pitch, too. Just a good piece of hitting going the other way. Well, Calhoun has made a good adjustment as far as hitting the ball to that side of the field. Doesn't look pretty as far as a line drive, but it looks good in the box score.
Snaps that 0 for 10 for him. Here's Eric Ibar grounded out to Ackley, his first time up. Ibanez very shallow in left field. This one pulled foul. Rob Drake, the ravishing one. First base umpire with that call.
Quick.
Maybe behind the plate tomorrow night. 6:05 start tomorrow.
Good, consistent umpire. Might be time to try to manufacture a run here. Either hit and run, a drag bunt, something like that to be able to force the issue against Ramirez, who's been outstanding so far.
Ibar hits one out to the alley in left center field. Ibanez playing shallow is there. That ball drifted back toward him. One out. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Los Angeles Angels and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Angels Baseball LP. One out, one on. Brings up Hank Hogger. Grounded out to Justin Smoke then the second. First fly ball out for Erasmo Ramirez. Hank looks at a strike. The Angels have Buddy Boshears getting ready in their bullpen. Saunders, Gutierrez, Morales due up for the M's in the sixth.
Nice to see the offense get a run or two here that put that Shoemaker in position to pick up a W, especially with Boshears warming up as much as he is right now. Maybe be an indication that that's going to be it for Shoemaker. 5 very good innings.
Check in on Calhoun. Only base runner the Angels have had in scoring position was Mike Trout at third base after Hamilton picked up a 2-out single. There's Buddy. Conger strikes out swinging on off-speed pitches, 2 down. Fans, the Angels wives have put together their annual player favorites baskets for an online auction to raise money for the Angels Foundation. Baskets contain autographed game-used items and items for players' hobbies other than baseball. Bid on these baskets, and for more info, just log on at angels.com/community. 2 outs. Leadoff man Cole Calhoun still at first base. Here's Andrew Romine. Andrew swinging through the first one, singled in his first at bat, leading off the third inning. So he is 1 for 1. 61 pitches for Ramirez, 44 strikes.
Big lead for Calhoun.
Off-speed pitch. 0-2.
All of a sudden, last couple of innings, Ramirez's changeup has been outstanding.
'13th game, 12th start for Ramirez. Came in with a 4.98 ERA and a 5-2 record. Romine lifts one out to left center field, not hit very deep. That will fall in there. In the Bermuda Triangle. Perfectly placed. The Angels have runners at first and third with 2 outs now. See if J.B. Shuck can come through.
Some impressive sand wedges used in this inning, both by Calhoun and by Romine. Like Phil Mickelson. Well placed. Calhoun going on contact with 2 outs, cruises into third base.
JB tonight 0 for 2. Shows bunt. Takes upstairs. 1-0. Inside. Whoa. Caught the inside corner. 1-1.
Zunino was reaching back. It does catch the corner on Fox tracks. You don't get that call all that much when you see a catcher reaching for a baseball.
It's 1-2.
That's been his go-to pitch of late. It's changeup. Going back to the changeup again.
Ramirez delivers the 1-2, and JB just got a piece of it. Calhoun at third, Romine at first. No score here in the fifth. JB bounces this one down. Runners at the corners for the second time tonight. 5 complete, still scoreless here at the Big A. Inning, Matt Shoemaker, the rookie, 5 innings in his big league debut, 5 strikeouts, 2 walks. Erasmo Ramirez has matched zeros with him. Angels 19-7 record since August 23rd, time for best in baseball with the Washington Nationals. Buddy Boshears now on in relief as Shoemaker is done after those 5 innings. Terrific job for him getting a spot start tonight.
Excellent job as far as using all parts of the strike zone. Fastball was good. His split finger, excellent. Command of his slider, very good too. Changeup, curveball were very good.
Buddy Boshears pitching his 20th game in the big leagues. By the way, Shoemaker threw 93 pitches, 60 for strikes. He ended up throwing 27 pitches that last inning. So blame Carlos Triunfel for having him knocked out in the 5th inning because of that long at bat.
It's not right.
And he still didn't get that baseball for his first strikeout. So many things wrong tonight.
He deserves it. That was an incredible effort by him tonight.
Yeah. 2, 3, and 4 for Seattle here in the 6th inning. Saunders shows bunt. Looked like he offered at it. Did not. 1 ball, no strikes. Saunders has drawn a walk, stolen a base, and grounded out. So he's 0 for 1. Two 2-0. Boshears pitched on Wednesday, went 1 inning, all zeros for him. 2-1.
94 on the fastball for Boshiers. This breaking ball has been very consistent also.
Three and one. Bouncer foul at a full count. Gutierrez on deck. Morales to follow him. Payoff pitch. Saunders lifts one out to the alley in left center field. Hit well. JB shot. Trout. No one can get there. Saunders on his way to second. He'll stop right there with a leadoff double. Third hit of the night for Seattle. And it's the third time in this ballgame they've had their leadoff man reach.
And it's a good approach by Saunders. Is going the other way. 22nd double this season. Didn't try to pull that baseball. Hit it well and had some pretty good carry. You know, in the alley. You know, stressful situation here with man on second and no outs. Nice job of keeping his hands back, but it was elevated enough, allowed him to have that approach to drive the ball that way. One hops the wall. So used to JB Shuck catching everything imaginable out in left field of late.
Gutierrez looks at a strike. Right fielder is 0 for 2 with a punch out and a ground ball to third base. Matt Shoemaker made his major league debut tonight. No runs, 5 hits. Pardon me. 5 innings, 2 hits, 5 strikeouts, 2 walks. Second pitcher in Angels history to strike out 5 batters and allow no runs in his major league debut. The other, Jared Weaver. Jared Weaver.
Wow, I was going to say Chuck Finley.
That would have been a good guess. Wrong answer, but a good guess.
Thank you.
But ironic in that Weaver not able to make the start today. Shoemaker does. Nice for him, especially for a non-drafted free agent. Such a tough road. Position players and pitchers get
very tough.
Just given the opportunity to play minor league baseball.
It's even toughest to move up the ladder in the minor leagues, let alone make it to the major leagues and do a solid job like he did tonight. Congratulations to Matt Shoemaker. Outstanding job.
Boshiers here in the 6th inning, giving up a leadoff double to Michael Saunders. Ahead of the count at 1-2. Gutierrez, Kendrys Morales on deck. 2-2. So from 0-2 to 3-2. Want me to go one further on this whole Shoemaker-Weaver thing?
Yeah.
The last American League starter with 5 Ks, no runs, and 2 or fewer hits in his major league debut. Jeff Weaver, 1999. 3-2, a swing and a miss. Down goes Gutierrez. There's out number 1.
Weaver brothers.
Yeah. All courtesy of Jacob Jaffe of the Angels PR staff.
It's a good off-speed pitch here from Boshiers. Gets the swing and miss with Gutierrez. But when Jeff Weaver came up with Detroit, he had devastating stuff. Eventually, as he evolved as a major leaguer, became more of a sinker slider guy. His stuff was outstanding.
Pretty ridiculous stuff.
Both Weaver brothers, great deception in their deliveries, throwing across their body. Very difficult for hitters to pick up the baseball out of their hands.
Kendricks takes outside for ball one. Morales 0 for 2. A strikeout in the first, lined out to Trumbo in the fourth. 274 average from this side of the plate on the year. Most of his power comes from the left side, however. Home run wise, pickoff attempt, and Boshear's a little bit tardy there. Diving back in, Saunders.
Good decision by Howie. That makes Saunders shorten up his secondary lead. He does have good speed.
Bouncer's foul. One popped up, first base side, headed toward the seats. It's 1-2. That's down in the dirt. Nice block by Conger. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Hank did a good job of getting his body down and keeping that glove down between the legs of L to make sure there was no way the baseball was getting by him and allowing Saunders to get to third base.
Two. And Morales strikes out swinging, so Boshears has struck out. Gutierrez and Morales, with Saunders still standing at second base, and Raul Ibanez now coming to the plate.
Boshears never really gave Morales anything to look at as far as his zone. Fastball away, up and in, that hard slider down and in.
Ibanez with a walk and a strikeout in the dirt. Not far enough for Saunders to advance. One ball, no strikes. Two balls and no strikes for Boshears. Correct me if I'm wrong, the only hitter he got ahead of was Saunders. From 0-2 to 3-2, and eventually it doubled, but falling behind the last 2 guys he's picked up a strikeout, just setting guys up.
Yeah, but this is a dangerous hitter here, Ibanez. Now all of a sudden he can gear in for a fastball. You generally try to avoid against Ibanez if you can.
Three and 0.
A 2-0 breaking ball by Boshears to Ibanez. See if it catches the corner, bottom part of the strike zone. Doesn't get the benefit of the call there, though.
Three and 1. Didn't look as if Raul was necessarily taking on that one. He wanted to gear up. Scoreless tie here in the 6th inning. Saunders with a leadoff double, and Boshier striking at Gutierrez and Morales. There's a strike. Full count.
He wanted to throw a breaking pitch here now.
Looks like Corey Rasmus getting ready in the Angels' pen. "3-2. Bond just got a piece of it. Went down and in with that fastball.
Judging from that swing from Ibanez, he was looking for something away, whether it was a fastball or a breaking ball.
Another payoff. Ibanez skies one out to shallow right. Howie Kendrick drifting out, calls everybody off. Buddy Boshiers works around a leadoff double ahead to the bottom of the 6th inning. Kendrick, Trout, and Hamilton coming up with no score.
Unbelievable games tonight. Tampa Bay, Baltimore tied at 4 in the 13th inning. Kansas City knocks off Texas 2-1. Boy, Max Scherzer wins his 20th game. 20-3 this season for the Tigers with an ERA rate at 3. He mixed in the Pittsburgh-Cincinnati games. Pittsburgh was up by 3 in the 9th, gave up the lead, eventually loses to Cincinnati. St. Louis was up by 2 in the 9th, gave up that lead, tie game, and then they scored in the 10th. Been some crazy games around the majors.
Neftali Feliz for Texas, a 4-pitch walk, giving Kansas City the lead in the 8th inning.
Pretty surprised they take out Jason Frazier there with the bases loaded to bring in Feliz, and he walks on 4 pitches.
Yep. Howie fouls this one off to the right. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That game in St. Petersburg, the Rays and the Orioles, 16 combined pitchers. Yeah, 2 managers there like their bullpen, Buck Showalter and Joe Madden.
Looking at my watch, it's after 12 back in St. Petersburg.
Howie strikes out swinging. That's the 3rd strikeout of the night for Rosmer Ramirez. Howie 1 for 3 on the night. We'll bring up Mike Trout. We'll go back and revisit our Hyundai key to the game.
Well, still waiting for that big swing from an Angel hitter. Certainly the guy to have coming up, wrecking ball. 3 straight games with home runs for Mike Trout. Outstanding job overall by the offense on this past road trip. But so far, Ramirez has been outstanding, staying away, showing enough of a fastball inside to open up the outer part of the plate.
Trout 1 for 2. 1-1. Six hits tonight for the Halos. Not been able to do much, but had a man in scoring position. Those have been few and far between twice, and both times with 2 outs. Ramirez has done a terrific job through his 75 pitches, 54 strikes, 3 punch outs, no walks, no 6 hits allowed. 2-1. Breaking ball on the corner, 2-2.
And both the starting pitchers tonight standing right on that pitching rubber, not wasting time.
Fastball fouled off to the right. Count remains even at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Oh, pop-up, change-up. Trienfeld, the third baseman, has it. 2 down.
Boy, a plus changeup working for Ramirez tonight.
Here comes Hamilton with 2 outs and nobody on. Scoreless tie here in the 6th inning. Hamilton swings through the fastball. He's 1 for 2 tonight with a single back in the 1st.
Boy, looking fastball, got that fastball.
See that patch HY on the right sleeve of the Mariners tonight in honor of their longtime owner, Hiroshi Yamauchi, who passed away on Thursday at the age of 85, and that's why they're wearing the patches on the sleeve. As the Halos go down in order here, 6 complete, still scoreless.
At our Coors Light freeze can. Matt Shoemaker, first batter ever at the major league level. Austin Ackley thinks he's got a fastball coming. Split finger fastball. Instead starts at the belt, ends up the ground for a swing and miss. Strikeout in his first major league batter for Matt Shoemaker, who was outstanding. Freeze Cam is brought to you by Frost Brew Coors Light.
Second reliever of the game for Mike Socha as Michael Kahn takes over here in the 7th from Buddy Boshears, who pitched the scoreless 6th inning. Kahn will face Smoke, Franklin, and Zunino. 61st game for Michael. 1-3 mark at a 3.33 ERA. Kahn, a 1-3 record, a 3.33 ERA, 51 1/3 innings, 38 hits, and 50 strikeouts. Justin Smoke swings the first one. Andrew Romine crossing into foul territory, puts it away. 1 out. Hey, MLB.com at Bat is celebrating 5 years as your #1 mobile app for live baseball. It's available for iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry 10, and Windows Phone 8. At Bat delivers Angels baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, highlights, and more. Text at Bat to 31826 or visit Angels.com for details. See, speaking of more, should give away some of the at Bat apps on Sunday.
Sounds
Fan
good.
Appreciation Day.
Sounds good.
I don't know that we are. I'm just saying it offers so much more.
It does. So much more.
But Franklin, the shortstop, looks at a strike. Single to lead off the 5th inning and was stranded at third base. 1 for 2 on the night. Oh, 2.
It's a good changeup. Michael Kahn is getting more and more comfortable throwing. But St. Louis was able to pull off and win that game against Milwaukee. Open up a 2-game lead down on Pittsburgh.
1 ball, 2 strikes. I think the game that still stands out tonight is that game being called in Cleveland. Indians and Houston, 2-1 game in the 7th due to a rain delay. I was reading between innings here via Twitter some of the reporters that are in that press box, and they had just waited out another 20 minutes. Probably could have gotten the rest of the game in. One, 2. Breaking ball missing in. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, especially for a game with that much meaning behind it.
Yeah.
And it was a 2-1 game.
Texas lost. Oakland leading Minnesota 9-0 in the 6th. Boston clinched the American League East with their win over Toronto. Detroit won tonight. As Franklin drives one out to right center field, and that ball's hit well. Cole Calhoun and Trout back at the wall. It's off the wall. Franklin on his way to second with a 1-out double.
His second hit of the game. Just the 4th overall for Seattle, but Franklin with 2. This fastball was elevated in the inner part of the plate, and he was able to get his hands in through the baseball and drive it off the wall. Trout right there to break that ball back in quickly because Franklin can run.
Man at second with 1 out. Mike Zunino at the plate. The catcher 0 for 2 with a fly ball to left and a ground ball to third. Falls behind on Zunino. 2 balls, no strikes to that breaking pitch. Two all. Zunino chases a high fastball. 2 balls, 1 strike. 3 balls, 1 strike. Carlos Trin fell on deck. Four hits for Seattle, 6 for the Angels. Mariners have left 5 on. The Halos have stranded 4. And they walked him. So 2 men on, 1 out. Tree and Phil coming up. We'll take a look at our Chevron starting pitchers for tomorrow. Joe Saunders going for Seattle. And Jerome Williams on the bump for the Angels. Trust me, that's what's happening tomorrow.
Joe Saunders 25-20 in his career, 65 starts at the Big A. And Jerome, 3 straight victories, 4.65 ERA for Jerome Williams.
Now with 2 men on here, that long-awaited off day for Kyle Seager is no more. He's going to come out and pinch hit for Trienfeld. It's the first time tonight that the Mariners have had multiple base runners on in any one inning. So Mike Butcher out to talk to everyone in the infield. Seager hitting .268, has 22 home runs, 66 runs batted in. He's 1 for 1 as a pinch hitter.
Seager's grounded in 8 double plays.
Franklin, the base runner at second, and Zunino over at first. This inning started with smoke popping out of the very first pitch he saw in the 7th. 11 pitches thrown by Kahn, 5 strikes, 6 balls. What it up. Outfield straight around. Now Trout moving to his left, which would be just a couple of steps toward the alley in right center. Swings through the high fastball to even up the count.
Seager, a guy can hit the ball down in the strike zone, trying to elevate against him, get a swing and miss. Hits the ball well to left field when it's down and away.
A game in Tampa heading to the 14th inning. Orioles and Rays tied at 4. Here still scoreless as Seager fouls this one off. And it's 1-2. Last Friday night of the season at home for the Angels.
Well, if you're down with that Baltimore-Tampa game, they're lucky there's a 40-man roster now with extra arms available tomorrow.
One ball, 2 strikes with 2 on and 1 out. And he got him with a high fastball. Down goes Seager, 2 down.
So that was the game plan right away against Seager, going upstairs, stayed upstairs the entire at bat with fastballs. The swing and miss upstairs. 95, difficult to catch up to.
Back to the top of the order now with Dustin Ackley at the plate. Ackley, the second baseman, 1 for 3 tonight. Had a single back in the 3rd inning. He looks at a strike on the inside corner.
First pitch changeup.
Oh, 1 upstairs. Pretty good differential between that changeup and that fastball. The consistency is the one that's been a little lacking for Michael as far as the consistency of throwing strikes.
He gets at times real quick with his follow through. See there, much better. Stayed back over the pitch and rubber. Got great life on his fastball. Best fastball so far for him, 97. Also throwing a 79-mile-an-hour changeup.
Trying to finish off this half inning and keep it a scoreless tie. 1-2 to Acklin. Almost got him to chase. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, now this is the time as an infielder, you're going to get that uniform dirty. If the ball's on the ground, you're going to try to keep it in the infield, worst case scenario.
Franklin at second, Zunino at first. 2-2, and this one's pulled and backhanded by Trumbo. Kahn, a late start, flips it over, safe at first. Franklin rounded third base, and a heck of a job by Romine to keep that ball from going into foul territory. And that is all on Michael Kahn because the out was there to be had.
What great play by Trumbo. That ball was hit extremely hard by Ackley. Again, anything hit to that side of the infield as a pitcher, no matter what, you have to assume you have to make a play. Became a spectator and then goes towards first for Michael Kahn.
So now the bases are loaded. Still 2 outs. And here's Michael Saunders.
You got to clear your mind right now if you're Michael Kahn. You know you made a mistake not getting over to the base. But the reality is you could still get through the inning. It was a good play by Trumbo.
Saunders with a walk, a ground down, and a double. 1 for 2 tonight. No place to put him with Franklin at third, Zunino at second, and now Ackley at first. Oh, and 1. This is Looper at the left center field. That's going to bring in 2. Ackley's on his way to third. The throw from Trout. Not in time. 2-0 Seattle. Saunders picks up his second hit of the night. RBI is 43 and 44.
So often that happens when you think you're through an inning. When the defense picks you up, you can make a nice pitch here to Saunders and jam him, but he's able to flare it into the outfield and get the job done for Seattle. Scoring 2 runs, the first 2 runs and only runs of the game here.
And a tougher pill to swallow knowing that you had the out. The inning was over if you cover. Here's Franklin Gutierrez. Runners at first and third, 2 outs. .22 pitches thrown by Kahn. One and 0. Gutierrez 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts and a ground ball out. Two and 0 now. Action starting to stir a little bit in the Angels bullpen. Looks like it's Juan Gutierrez. He's going to get loose. A long top of the 7th. 2-1.
Gutierrez chases. It would be ball 3.
the meeting on the mound. Romine coming in. There's one. Ackley standing at third base. Saunders, who delivered a 2 RBI single, standing at first. 2-1 pitch. This one's popped up left side. And it's playable for Romine or Ibar. Andrew Romine makes the grab, but the damage is done. Back-to-back 2-out singles. Seattle takes a 2-0 lead. This season, and J.B. Shucks going over the wall here, leading the charge with 50% of the vote so far.
This play in Oakland was also awesome, but all 4 of those plays outstanding.
Halos trailing 2-0 as we begin the bottom of the 7th inning. Trumbo, Calhoun, and Ibar. Erasmo Ramirez back out on the mound. 4 strikeouts, no walks, 6 hits allowed. Trumbo fouls off the first one. Kyle Seager stays in the game after pinch hitting. He's over at the hot corner. No other changes for Seattle. Trouble tonight, a ground ball out and a strikeout. Reaching for this one, bounce to third. Seager has it. Off balance throw, it's high and it sails into the dugout. Trumbull will head over to second base, a gift.
It looked like it was going to be the first out of the inning. Instead, now you have Trumbo in scoring position.
15th error of the year committed by Seager.
Well, had some time and then airmails the throw and into the dugout. Got underneath, has dropped his elbow, elevated the throw.
Here's Cole Calhoun. 84th error committed by Seattle this year. Cole 1 for 2 with a ground down and a single. Takes a fastball for a strike.
Boy, pretty good pitch to crush. Inner half fastball. Calhoun with good power. 7 home runs on the season, 30 RBI.
Upstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike. 85th pitch of the night for Ramirez. 63 have been in the strike zone.
Calhoun with 30 RBIs in his 48 games played.
Two and one.
The thing about Seattle, their bullpen has been a big-time issue for them this season. The ERA out of the bullpen, 4.54. Starters ERA, 4.25.
Eric Wedge gets that bullpen cranking as Cole fouls it off, but it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Oliver Perez, the left-hander, Chance Ruffin, the righty. Ivor on deck. Conger after him. An error by Kyle Seager on Mark Trumbo's ball, putting man in scoring position for the Angels. Halos tonight 0 for 2 with men in scoring position. 2-2. Off speed inside. Full count. That's the first full count that Ramirez has had tonight. The man has been very good. The off speed pitch has been excellent over the last couple of innings. Halos down 2-0 here in the bottom of the 7th. Payoff pitch. Cole pulls it foul. Off the screen. And ricochets back toward the infield grass. Alfredo Griffin's favorite, the ones that aren't moving.
Showing his quickness.
Another 3-2, and time was called at the last minute. Andy Fletcher came out from behind the plate. Three-two again. Cole pops this one up on the third base side, headed toward the seat. Seager will give it a look. And really, Ramirez has not been under any real stress throughout this game. I mean, he had first and third with 2 outs in the first inning, got Trumbo to ground out. First and third with 2 outs in the 5th inning, and got out of that as Shuck grounded out. So the stress that he has had has been with 2 outs, and he's been able to work through it.
He's avoided the middle part of the plate. He's been very good as far as throwing the ball on the outside part of the plate a lot.
And again, Ibanez playing very shallow in left field. We've seen Calhoun be able to drive the ball out that way. Trumbo standing at second. Nobody out here in the 7th. Payoff again. Cole yanks this one foul.
It's like that long and backward screen fell. Hopefully a little different result here for Calhoun, a base hit.
Zunino out. Dane De La Rosa has joined Juan Gutierrez in the Angels bullpen. 2 RBI, 2 out base hit by Michael Saunders, bringing in 2 runs at the top of this inning. Fouled off to left.
This is one of those at-bats, though, for Ramirez. He's been smooth sailing throughout, but a long at-bat, stressful at-bat here. We might see Eric Wedge be forced to go down to the bullpen.
Both Perez and Ruffin should be ready to go. And he walks him. So the first two have reached for the Angels here in the 7th. An error and a walk will bring up Eric Ibar. Decision time for Seattle.
He has been so good of late coming back in games. Carl Willis, the pitching coach, I'm going to go out to talk to Ramirez. Probably to discuss defensive strategies here also.
Ibar tonight is 0 for 2 with a ground out and a fly ball to left.
Yeah, a lot of times in the conversation with the pitching coach is what play you're going to put on. A lot of times the normal bunt play to third baseman coming in. Sometimes you'll see a pitcher cover the third base line. Now the trainer and Eric Wedge are going to go out to make sure that Ramirez is healthy enough to continue.
Unless he's been dealing with something that's been nagging. He's must have just felt something recently here. The two guys in the pen are ready to go if Eric Wedge decides to go to the bullpen.
It's a long conversation.
Yeah, either you're in or you're not. Let's go.
Rick Griffin, their trainer, a good trainer for Seattle.
So they are going to go to the bullpen here. And Oliver Perez is going to come in, the lefty. So Ramirez being taken out of the game. And once we hear word, we will certainly pass it along. A pitching change here in the 7th. The Halos with 2 men on, trailing 2-0.
Summary, Ramirez, very, very good. Swing and miss against Mark Trumbo on a slider. Fastball away against Hank Conger. Matt Shoemaker, very good himself. Split finger fastball, working throughout this entire game. 5 strikeouts, 5 shutout innings. But then Michael Saunders with the bases loaded. Base hit into left center field, scores 2 off of Michael Kahn. And that's where we're at right here now in the bottom of the 7th. The Halos trailing 2-0, but the Halos have first and second, no outs.
Erasmo Ramirez is in the dugout. Solid start for him. 6 innings plus 2 batters, and he departs with men at first and second base. Trumbo reaching on the error by Seager. Calhoun working the walk as Oliver Perez comes into a game for the 58th time this year. 2-3 record, a 3.55 ERA. He's done a nice job for Eric Wedge. And as you just saw right there with that warm-up pitch, you have no idea where it's coming from or when. He will quick pitch you. He will do pretty much everything.
Yeah, you just have to look at the hitter's eye and try to pick the baseball out of his hand. Do not get caught up in looking in the different deliveries he has, the angles, The turning of the back. He's got good stuff. He's got a fastball that's 90 to 95. Slider, curveball.
Ibar spins around to hit from the right side. With trouble at second and Calhoun at first. 0 for 2 tonight. Eric this season, a .286 average from this side of the plate. 13 doubles, 2 home runs, and 15 runs batted in. Seager and Smoke, the corner infielders for Seattle, anticipating a sacrifice situation. Conger is on deck. Derek immediately squares around. He bunts it foul. May have attempted to bunt a ball.
Yeah, Bullogley was up.
0-1.
That's very difficult to be able to get on the ground. Most times a pitcher will try that first pitch at least upstairs to try to make you pop it up.
Outfield very shallow all the way around. And Ibar again showing bunt. This one's bunted out in front of the plate. Zunino picks it up, looks around, fires the first to sacrifice, advances Trumbo to third, and Calhoun to second. They can get a pinch hitter here. And sure enough, as Conger is called back, and Colin Cowgill is coming to the plate. Interesting choice. Struggles that Cowgill has had of late. Colin 0 for his last 18.
That was the 8th sacrifice bunt for Eric Ibar. That's a good job. Again, Perez went upstairs.
They'll keep Perez in. Conger finishes the night going 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout. And now actually we're going to have a pitching change here with Ruffin ready to go, the right-hander. Eric Wedge is coming up. And he's going to go back out to the pen. Another pitching change, and it's still 2-0 M's.
Brought to you by AT&T, Rethink Possible, and by El Pollo Loco, crazy you can taste.
Back out here at the Big A, it's 2-0 Seattle in the bottom of the 7th with 2 outs. The Angels have runners at second and third. And with Eric Wedge going out and removing Oliver Perez for Chance Ruffin, that means Mike Scioscia's gone back to his bench. And it'll be the left-hand hitting Efren Navarro to face Ruffin, who has pitched in 6 big league games so far. 0-2 record this year and a 7.71 ERA. 7 innings, 9 hits. He has 12 strikeouts and 3 walks.
Yeah, his fastball is 90 to 94. Slider, curveball, changeup.
This will be his first plate appearance. Navarro's, that is, of the year. Came out as a defensive replacement during that road trip. With 326 at AAA Salt Lake this season. 7 home runs and 81 runs batted in.
With 2 major league hits, looking for his first Major League RBI. There's an opportunity to get 2 here with a base hit.
He's got the infield playing back, with the exception of Seager, is just about even with the bag over at third base. Outfield again very shallow. And the first one is fouled back off the glove of Zunino.
As far as outfield arms, Ibanez with 6 outfield assists. Saunders with 6 outfield assists.
Ruffin this year at AAA. Actually spent time at AA and AAA. AAA 15 games, had a 3.94 ERA with a 1-2 mark. 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball outside. The kid that was a former first-round pick of the Tigers.
Ken B. Wild with 3 walks and 7 innings as a wild pitch.
University of Texas product, grew up in Austin. The 1-1. Navarro fouls it back, 1-2. Andrew Romine on deck. For a long 7th inning. Michael Kahn giving up 2 runs in the top of the inning. Rosmo Ramirez, the first 2 to reach, although one of them not his fault. Seager, a throwing error on the Trumbo ground ball to lead off this frame. 1-2. And then Navarro goes down swinging for the second out.
The slider down and in, gets a swing and miss. A huge out for Ruffin and the Mariners. Especially with the infield playing back, conceding a run, you're just looking to put the ball in play. At the very least, cut the lead in half.
There's Andrew Romine. Swings the first one, fouls it back. Andrew 2 for 2 with a couple of singles. Oh, 2. Halos now over 3 with men in scoring position tonight. Oh, 2 on the way. It's a breaking ball in the dirt. Trouble at third, Calhoun over at second base. Another slow breaking pitch.
Ibanez been real shallow in left field. Reminds me of a couple baseballs that landed in that area already in the game.
And softball, that's left out. Two. Full count. J.B. Shuck on deck. 3 straight breaking balls. After getting ahead on fastballs, 0-2.
Yeah, I gotta believe he's gonna throw a fastball away now. Romine could punch that into the outfield for another hit.
Three-two pitch. And Romine delivers with a base hit to right. Trumbo comes in to score. Here comes Cole Calhoun. And we are tied at 2 as Romine ends up at second.
Romine delivers his 4th double of the season. Now 9 RBI, 3-hit game for Andrew Romine. Well, he jumped on this fastball in the inner half. He got the fastball. Tried to go inside with the pitch. Got his hands tucked in. A good shot in the right field for a base hit. Gutierrez with a very good arm in the outfield. Unable to throw out Calhoun.
Second 3-hit game for Andrew Romine. First was on September 2nd against Tampa Bay. With his 8th and 9th runs batted in. Shuck tonight 0 for 3. And JB pulls this one, and Dustin Ackley with a diving stop robs J.B. Shuck and robs the Angels of the go-ahead run, but the Halos do tie it up with 2 runs on the single by Andrew Romine. We'll head to the 8th, knotted at 2. Two RBIs in the bottom of the 7th inning, tying this game up at 2.
Let's take a look at our AT&T Uverse rewind. The reason why this game is tied is because of Dustin Ackley. Dustin diving into the outfield grass. Makes an unbelievable play against J.B. Shuck. Off the bat, thought for sure that was going to be a base hit. Dustin Ackley, an outstanding play at second base, keeping it tied.
New pitcher on the mound for the Angels. Dane De La Rosa takes over for Michael Kahn. This will be his 71st game. 6-1 record, a 3.03 ERA. And he has a brand new battery mate as Chris Iannetta takes over behind the plate. Morales, Ibanez, and Smoke as Kendricks fouls off the first one. Kendricks tonight 0 for 3. 2 strikeouts and a lineout. Michael Kahn, by the way, 2 innings, probably 1 inning, 2 runs, 3 hits. The 2 runs that scored in the bottom of the 7th, unearned runs. A charge to Erasmo Ramirez. So he gave up 2. Both unearned in his 6 innings. Mariners took advantage of a mistake. The Angels take advantage of a mistake. Dane is behind in the count of Morales at 2 balls, 1 strike. Two and 2. A game in Tampa now, the bottom of the 15th, by the way. Still tied at 4. Oakland's about to close it out at the Coliseum 11-0 lead.
You mentioned a huge crowd there in Oakland.
Morales goes down swinging for out of one. Yeah, they had 36,000 plus at the Coliseum, including 1,000 standing room only. It's pretty big for them.
Yeah, I mean, they were talking about that, hoping they were going to draw those type of crowds here in Oakland when we were there, and then, of course, this weekend.
Minnesota Twins, too, the weekend series. There's Raul Ibanez with one out, nobody on. A walk, a strikeout, a pop-up for Raul.
Challenging with a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Got it by Ibanez.
First time Dane has pitched in Sunday's game against Houston. Faced two batters, gave up a hit, and issued a walk. And Raul tardy on that 97-mile-per-hour fastball. There's the 1-2 outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Off the top of the dugout, ricocheting into the seats. Count remains at 2-2. Justin Smoke on deck. Bouncer. Foul on the first base side. Stick around after the last out. Angels live post game presented by your SoCal Mazda dealers. Wrap it all up.
Hopefully talking about a victory. Come from behind victory again.
Be nice on Big Bank Friday. Two again. Breaking ball upstairs. Full count. This one's sky to shallow center field. Eric Ibar drifting out. Calls off Howard. 2 down. Justin Smoke now come to the plate. The base is clear. Halos in the bottom of the 8th inning have Kendrick, Trout, and Hamilton due up. Nobody warming up either for Seattle, so we figured Chance Ruffin. Tampa Bay, by the way, has the bases loaded with 2 outs in the 15th. Inside, Tim Beckham, the rookie, picked up his first major league hit yesterday, his first at bat. One out of Smoke. Takes a strike. 0 for 3 tonight with a fly ball to left, a strikeout, a pop-up. 2-1 on the way. Bouncer foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Boy, Dane has a good life on the fastball. 97, a number of 97-mile-an-hour fastballs amongst his 17 pitches thrown.
Six and 1 mark and a 3.03 ERA. 71 games. Pretty solid rookie season.
Outstanding.
The 2-2. Just off the plate, a full count. Nick Franklin is the man on deck. Seattle with 2 runs in the top of the 7th inning.
Franklin's had some good at-bats in this game. A couple of hits, deep fly to right. Let him lead off the next inning.
Payoff pitch. Smoke loops one out toward short. Ibar is there. A 1-2-3 inning. We head to the bottom of the 8th. 2, 3, and 4 for the Angels. And a 2-2 tie. Kendrick rips the first one into left field. This is a one-hopper off the fence. Howie on his way to second. It's a lead-off double for Kendrick, his 18th of the season.
Now you wonder if Eric Wedge will pitch to Mike Trout now. Lead-off double by Howie. 18th. The season's second hit of the game. And jumped on that pitch. Pulls it to left field for a double. Really a spinning slider that didn't have a whole lot of break to it. One hops the wall.
There's the intentional walk coming to Trout. He figured that was going to be the case. It'll be his 101st walk of the season, his 9th intentional.
See Eric Wedge even go to the bullpen and bring a lefty in to face Hamilton now.
So first and second with nobody out. Eric Wedge making his way out. And it looks like we're going to have a pitching change once again. The lefty coming on to take on Josh Hamilton in a 2-2 tie. By Howie Kendrick, an intentional walk to Mike Trout. So Eric Wedge has brought in the left-hander Lucas Luetge to face Josh Hamilton.
Luetge's got a fastball, 89 to 93 slider, curveball, cut fastball. Obviously a lot of sliders and curveballs here to Hamilton.
32nd game for the left-hander in the big leagues. 1-2 mark, a 4.67 ERA. 25 strikeouts, 13 walks. And opponents hitting .301 against him.
And lefties hitting .286. Hamilton 2 for 9 against Luetge.
Kendrick at second and Trout over at first. Seager playing in over at third base. And again, Ibanga is very shallow and left. Josh Hamilton tonight, a single, a double play ball, and a strikeout. Fouls off the first one. It's 0-1.
And Luetge can overthrow his slider. He has 4 wild pitches. Head of the count now. First pitch fastball for a strike.
Ernesto Frieri getting ready for the Angels. He'll be coming in regardless in the ninth. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Foul back. 0-2. Mark Trumbo on deck. Figured this to be a one-batter appearance for Luetge. Way outside. Nice dig by Zunino.
Great play by the glove. How quick was he to be able to catch that baseball? Hard, overthrown slider. It's in the right-hander's batter's box.
And now the 1-2. Hamilton takes that breaking ball outside. Another dig by Zunino. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Zunino very good as far as getting his body over and the glove down to be able to catch that hard breaking ball in the dirt again.
Two-two. Outside with a fastball and a full count. Here's the payoff. Hamilton swings and misses. 1 out. Got a breaking pitch. And here comes Eric Wedge. Take a look at that breaking pitch again. So Wedge going back out to the bullpen. We've got another pitching change here in the 8th. Still tied at 2. Runners at first and second base. Caps taking over for Litke, who did his part. Came in and struck out Josh Hamilton, and now Caps pitching in his 50th big league game this year. 3-3 mark, 5.96 ERA, and he's going to face Mark Trumbo.
Caps, very good fastball, 93 to 97. Slider, curveball, changeup. Throws a lot more sliders than he used to. More of a curveball before, now settling on a fastball slider.
Trumbo tonight 0 for 3, but reached on the error by Kyle Seager leading off the 7th that led to 2 unearned runs and tied this game up.
Trumbo 1 for 5 against Caps.
There's the first one from Caps. Down low.
It's that hard slider he has. Caps has allowed 12 home runs. 54 in the 3rd innings pitched. Provides a lot of the power with his power fastball, so he can square up the baseball and go a long way. Really surprising the home run total he's given up. The stuff he has.
Trumbo pops one up, shallow center field. Saunders is in. 2 outs. So Kendrick remains at second and Trout at first. And here comes Cole Calhoun. Cole 1 for 2 with a ground out. A single and a walk. Fouls off the first one. Two outs with men in scoring position. 350 average for Cole. 7 RBIs. Has a home run.
Very consistent approach for him.
Oh, 2. Howie led off this inning with a double. And with first base open, Trout was intentionally walked. Litke struck out Hamilton. Caps getting trouble, hit the fly ball to shallow center. Here's the 0-2. Outside, off speed.
/mile-an-hour changeup.
Franklin, the shortstop, trying to keep Kendrick as close as possible to second base. Seattle in the 9th has the bottom 3rd of their order. Frieri will be the guy coming in. De La Rosa with a 1-2-3/8. Now the 1-2. Looked foul.
Good job of just staying alive in this at bat for Calhoun against Caps. Tried off a pitcher's pitch, a slider.
Eight hits tonight for the Angels, 6 for Seattle. Another 1-2 upstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That one at 97. Andrew Romine getting the job done in the 7th inning with a 2-out single to right to tie this game up. The Angels almost went ahead on the shuck ground ball. Dustin Ackley with a fantastic dive, robbing Shuck of a base hit and an RBI. Now the 2-2. This is lifted out to center field. Playable for Saunders as he drifts back. We will head to the ninth. Tied at 2.
For Mike Scioscia, take it over for Dane De La Rosa, who did a very solid job in the 8th inning. Nessa's been throwing the ball very well of late. Last 15 games, just 1 earned run allowed. Command of his fastball, excellent. Great deception, hiding the baseball. Slider better, changeup very good also of late.
He'll be facing the bottom third of the order for Eric Wedge. It'll be Franklin Zunino and then Seager. Trying to keep this a 2-2 tie. The Halos in the bottom of the 9th inning have Ibar, Inet, and Romine coming up. Nick Franklin, the shortstop, 2 for 3 tonight with a single and a double. He's also scored a run. Double that he hit 19th season for him, just off the base of the wall out in right center. Swings through the first one. Ernesto closed things out on Wednesday, picking up his 35th save. 1 inning, all zeros for him. 3 fly ball outs, including the one that we were just talking about earlier in the ball game, about 3 hours, 15 minutes ago. Eric Ibar falling off Tommy Field in shallow right. Franklin lines one out to left field. JB will play it on a hop. So the leadoff man is on board as Franklin with a 3-hit game.
And speed at first base also. 6 stolen bases in 7 attempts.
Zunino squaring around. Zunino drops the butt back to the mound. Frieri fires to second base. One hopper. Ibar's got it. What a play by Eric Ibar to keep the foot on the bag and deal with that short hop throw. 1 out.
How good is Eric Ibar? That's a very difficult play to make. Short hop, and be able to have your foot on the base to be able to get Franklin, who runs well. It was bunted hard. Right away, you see Inet is telling Ernesto to go to second. Well played by Eric Ibar once again. The low throw, but picked by Ibar.
What, Ernesto thinks he's at Riverfront Stadium, bouncing it off the turf or something? Is Davey Concepcion all of a sudden?
Exactly, quicker to the base that way. Skip the throw.
Zunino at first, reaching on the fielder's choice. Here's Kyle Seager, second plate appearance for him. He struck out as a pinch hitter in the 7th. First one outside. .268 average on the year with 22 home runs and 66 runs batted in. Two and 0.
Big thing for Ernesto and the Angels. You get Franklin off the base. You have Zunino now at first base with no stolen bases compared to Franklin, who was at first with 6.
Inside. 3-0. Top of the order, Dustin Ackley on deck. Took something off. Get it over fastball at 93, 3-1. Looking ahead at the bottom of the 9th inning. Ibar, Linetta, Romine in the top of the order if we get that far. Halo's unable to do anything. First and second, nobody out in the 8th. Foul back, full count. Both teams have stranded 7. Halos with 8 hits, Seattle with 7. Both teams exchanging 2 runs in the 7th inning. Now we're going to see a pinch runner at first base.
Leads you to believe that he will be going. Now on a 3-2 count with 1 out.
Abraham Almonte is the pitch runner. Almonte takes off. The 3-2's fouled back. There's 1 stolen base. Talking to Dave Sims, TV voice of the Mariners. Very exciting player, this Abraham Almonte, switch hitter. Almonte with 26 stolen bases combined in the minor leagues this year between AA and AAA. Takes off again. The 3-2 is outside. It is ball 4. So first and second now with 1 out. Ackley coming to the plate. Ackley's had a multi-hit game, 2 for 4.
Yeah, tough hitter, contact hitter. She had a couple hits already in the game. So for Ackley, 0 for 4 versus Ernesto.
0-1. just off the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Almonte at second, and Seager over at first base. Chuck very shallow and left. Trout and Calhoun straight up, center and right. So Ernesto falls behind here, 2-1.
Yeah, 1-1 changeup. Able to get that down in the strike zone.
It looks like Rasmus is getting ready for the Angels now. He was up earlier in this game. 2-1. Ackley fouls it back. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Game at St. Petersburg, Florida. Top of the 17th inning. Still tied at 4.
Well, the good thing is they have a day game tomorrow. They can stay right in the locker room at this point. It's at 1:30 Eastern time.
But the Indians and the Astros are tucked away in their beds.
Yes,
Rain shortened 7 innings.
Yep.
It's a good thing they waited that out. 2-2 again. Lifted in the air. Down the left field line. Long run in for Shuck. Long run out for Ibar. Ibar in foul territory, makes the catch, 2 down.
But Ibar's been doing it all over the place defensively. It's amazing how far Ibar has to go to make this play. He's playing up the middle, covering so much ground, calling the base for the baseball right away. It's underneath it. A couple great plays alone in this inning for Erick Ibar. In my opinion, as far as going back on a pop-up, one of the best you'll see at that shortstop position in the majors.
There's Michael Saunders, the center fielder. Couple of hits, double and a single, 2 runs batted in. Swings to the first one and fouls it off. It was Saunders who delivered that 2 RBI single in the 7th. A batter after Dustin Ackley had the infield base hit on that play that Kahn forgot to cover first on, or was late getting started at first base. It would have been the 3rd out of the inning. Instead, Saunders delivered with 2 runs, but then the Angels responded with 2 unearned runs in the 7th. Romine picking up the 2 RBI single.
Yeah, Saunders 0 for 7 with 5 punch-outs against Ernesto in his career.
One ball, 1 strike. Caddy Farquhar getting loose for Seattle, their closer. Foul back. And Ibar was cutting in. It looked like they were going to back pick at second base this time. Now the 1-2. Saunders strikes out swinging. We head to the bottom of the 9th. Ibar, Ionnet, and Romine coming up, tied at 2. Tired Mark Trumbo and Cole Calhoun still in the ball game, at least for now anyway. He'll be facing Eric Ibar, Chris Iannetta, and Andrew Romine, bottom third of the order. Looks like we're waiting for the new catcher to come out. Caps is ready to go. There we go. Henry Blanco, the veteran. Zunino was pinch run for, so Blanco takes over behind the plate.
Always been a solid defender behind the plate.
Well, the Angels got their first 2 men on in the 8th inning and couldn't do anything with them. Left them stranded there. The Halos have left 7. The Mariners have stranded 9. Ibar tonight, a ground ball out, a fly ball out, and a sacrifice bunt. Smoke guarding the line at first base, playing behind the bag. Seager, the cut of the grass at third base. Ibar loops it in the air to shallow left. Long run out there for Nick Franklin, the shortstop. He's there, puts it away. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Franklin's made some solid plays. Also a shortstop today. Back a long way himself to be able to get this first out of the bottom of the 9th inning.
Chris Iannetta stepping up for the first time tonight. Offensive replacement. Took over in the 8th. 226 average, 11 home runs, and 38 runs batted in. First pitch slider.
Yeah, Iannetta's been aggressive on the first pitch of late. Missed many fastballs, but that a nasty slider at 86.
One ball, one strike. Lays off another tough slide. A 2-1 count now on Chris. That could be player of the week last week. Fantastic run. The Angels were out on the road.
We got a backup slider there. Inner half of the plate, a dangerous pitch to throw when you're on the mound. A lot of times you don't get that baseball back.
Two on the way. Fastball got him looking. 2 down. Chris was guessing for another breaking ball. Bring up Romine.
Like it split the plate. Right down the heart of the plate. Fastball.
Romine, a 3-hit game. 3 singles, 2 runs batted in. Trying to leave with 1 swing at the bat.
Why not? Never had a 4-hit game.
Never had a major league home run.
Might as well give it a shot. At least your first swing. Now you shorten up, change your approach.
Breaking pitch to the right side. Ackley out of outfield grass. The Angels go down very quietly here in the 9th. It's free baseball time here at the Big A. We're tied at 2.
bases loaded. Base hit into left center field, scoring 2. At that point, putting Seattle up 2-0. And with 2 on in scoring position, Andrew Romine. Base hit. One of his 3 hits in the game, scoring 2, tying the game up. And just when you think they might take the lead, J.B. Shuck thinks he's got a base hit. Dustin Ackley dives, makes an outstanding play, keeping the score tied at 2, and that's where we're at here in the top of the 10th inning.
As Juan Gutierrez is on in relief here in the 10th inning, he'll be facing Franklin Gutierrez, Kendrys Morales, and Raul Ibanez. 49th game for Gutierrez, 1-4 record, of 3.98 ERA. Back-to-back extra inning games for the Angels. First time since last season, August 3rd and 4th. Trying to follow Wednesday's extra inning W with another one today. Juan Gutierrez, I believe, is finally ready to go. Franklin is 0 for 4. 2 strikeouts. A ground down and a pop-up. First one's in for a strike. Gutierrez pitched in Wednesday's game, went 1 inning, had 1 strikeout, 1 walk. Gutierrez, Franklin that is, skies one out to left field. Towering shot, J.B. Shuck is there, puts it away for the first out.
Well, that had some serious hang time on that punt.
No doubt. Speaking of which, I won't go there again.
No, okay, please.
Here's Kendrys Morales. Morales 0 for 4. 3 strikeouts in the lineup. Ernesto Frieri, by the way, pitched a scoreless 9th inning. Gave up a hit, struck out a man, and walked a man. Stranded 2. Kendrys looks at a strike. 2 runs, 7 hits, 1 error, 9 left on for Seattle. 2 runs, 8 hits, 1 error, 7 left on for the Angels. Two and 1. Halos at the bottom of the 10th. We'll have the top of their order coming up, and Shuck, Kendrick, and Trout. Nobody warming up, at least as of yet, for Seattle. So you figure that Caps will be coming in, or staying in, I should say. Morales pulls this one to Trumbo. 2 down. Raul Ibanez, the left fielder tonight, is 0 for 3. Did draw a walk back in the 2nd inning. Just off the plate. 2 balls, no strikes. Three 3-0 now. Smoke on deck.
There's no question that Ibanez will be swinging here if he gets a fastball.
Now 3-0. Way outside, a 4-pitch walk with 2 outs here in the 10th. Justin Smoke, the first baseman, coming up 0 for 4. 39,469 tonight. But, they have departed the last of Big Bang Friday. Still fireworks to be had here. Was it before 11?
Yeah, I think so.
You don't think we can get special dispensation, this being the last Friday?
Yeah, I think you can work your magic.
And you make a phone call. Smoke lines went out to right field. Calhoun racing in, and he will make the catch as he ends up on the belly. The Red Baron does it again.
He's unbelievable in the
Yes,
outfield.
he is.
So aggressive. Outstanding play. Diving. Keeping the score tied at 2.
Gary Payton, Andy Roddick, and Carissa Thompson. They'll bring you everything you need to know about the world of sports. It's Fox Sports Live, airing nightly on Fox Sports 1. Bottom of the 10th inning, tied at 2. J.B. Shuck is going to lead things off here against Carter Capps. He'll be followed by Howie Kendrick and then Mike Trout. J.B. tonight 0 for 4. He has to avoid Dustin Ackley because all 4 of his outs have started with Ackley.
Avoid him.
He tried the last time, but Ackley made that fantastic diving stop to end the 7th.
How about left center then?
Fastball on the outside corner for a strike. Carter Capps came on in the 8th inning, got the last 2 outs, and had a 1-2-3 ninth. So 5 up, 5 down for Capps. Seager playing in over at third base. Smoke guarding the line at first. 0-1. Lays off. That game in St. Pete still going. Top of the 18th inning. 4-4 tie. Well, they have 16 pitchers. When did we give that update? The 7th? Our 7th?
I saw Bud Norris in the game for Baltimore, the starter.
2-1.
How many people left there in St. Pete, you think, at the game?
Not many. I wouldn't imagine.
Nearly 2 o'clock in the morning.
That's a lot of restroom breaks.
Yes.
For that demographic. 2-1 pitch. Down and away. 3 balls and 1 strike. Howie Kendrick on deck. And there's a leadoff walk. Normally you would think it'd be a sacrifice type situation, but with Trout on deck,
I'm hitting and running. I'm not squaring around because you're going to walk Trout for sure.
Exactly. Was walked intentionally in the 8th inning. Seager guarding the line at third base. Howie showing bunt. Offers at it and butts it foul. And they have two other left-handers in their bullpen. Do the Mariners. Charlie Furbush, James Paxton.
Carter Capps allowed 11 stolen bases, 12 attempts. He does have 2 pickoffs. But I think the better opportunity would be right here is a hit and run. 0-1 count, you might see Eric Wedge put a pitch out on. Then when the count gets to 1-1, then you can try something again.
Howie pushes the bunt on the first base side and smokes fields it. Flips on to Ackley. The sacrifice advances Shuck into scoring position. 1 out. Here comes Mike Trout. Bobby Lamprobois is getting ready. The lefty, one of the other lefties, still available to Eric Wedge.
You wonder if indeed Mike Trout will indeed be walked here now.
Now Carl Willis is going to come out. And this is probably just to give the left-hander some more time in the bullpen with Hamilton on deck. There's Lamprobois.
You would think there's no other option but to walk Mike Trout if you're Seattle.
That's the risk you run and sacrificing here and opening up that first base. And sure enough, well, it shouldn't come as a surprise. We'll get a pitching change after this.
Eric Wedge had no choice but to walk. Mike Trout with the open base, especially with another lefty available down in the bullpen for him. Take on Josh Hamilton.
And there is ball 4. So Wedge will make his way out now. Carter Capps after 27 pitches will be lifted here. 2 innings of work for him, and he'll depart with a couple of men on base. We're in the bottom of the 10th inning. 1 out, 2 men on, and a 2-2 tie. facing the left-hander by the name of Bobby Laframboise.
Laframboise, fastball, an overpowering 88 to 92. Throws it a tough three-quarters action, hides the ball well. Very good slider. Throws quite a few sliders. Sure, Josh Hamilton will be seeing a number of those.
Laframboise, born in Downey. Went to Warren High School, Rio Hondo Community College, and then on to the University of New Mexico. Selected in the 8th round by the Seattle Mariners in 2008. Lefty has pitched in the big leagues this year. This will be his 9th game. No record, an 8.10 ERA. 6 2/3 innings, 9 hits. 8 strikeouts and 4 walks. Hamilton struck out facing a left-hander, Lucas Litke, in the 8th inning. At that point was the first down of the frame, and then Carter Capps came in and got the last 2. Shuck representing the winning run, standing at second base. Trout the trail runner at first. There's the first one. Josh takes the sweeping breaking ball in for a strike. Lays off, misses away. One ball, one strike. Josh breaks his down, rolls with the second. Ackley feeds Franklin for 1. Wheeling back to first. We head to the 11th. Still tied at 2. Issued a walk. And Rasmus, pitching in his 13th game, will face the bottom third of the order coming up for Seattle.
9 strikeouts at 11 2/3 for Rasmus. Good fastball, 91-94. Slider, curveball, changeup.
Franklin, Blanco, and Seager, unless they decide to pinch hit for Henry Blanco. Blanco is coming out to the on-deck circle. Franklin's had himself a 3-hit game, 2 singles and a double. He's also scored a run. First one's in for a strike. Rasmus pitched 2 innings in Wednesday's win. Allowed a hit, struck out 2. Picked up in a trade with the Atlanta Braves in exchange for Scott Downs. Foul tipped. 1-2. Breaking pitch, got him. Down goes Franklin. There's the first down here at the 11th.
A good curveball from Rasmus. Got ahead of the count, can expand the zone. And Franklin, who's had some quality at bats throughout this entire game, cannot make contact on the curveball.
There's Henry Blanco. 138 average in 47 games, this being his 48th. Third game with Seattle. Two balls and a strike. Halos in the 11th inning of Trumbo, Calhoun, and Ibar due up. Nobody warming up for Seattle, so Lafron Boyce will be coming back out, we presume. Breaking ball on the corner, 2-2.
Well, you have to have a lot of confidence in your curveball. Throw 2-1 curveball to Blanco, but gets the outside corner.
And he went around. Down he goes. 2 down. Back-to-back strikeouts for Corey. It'll bring up Kyle Seager. It's the 16th extra inning game for the Angels this year. Halos are 7-8 in extra innings. Seager looks at a strike. Doesn't look like he liked the call there, but it's an 0-1 count.
Well, it looked like it got the inside corner.
One and one. For the Mariners, this is their 20th extra inning game. They are 6-13. One on the way. Seager takes a breaking ball a little bit upstairs in a way. It's 2-1. Kyle's 0 for 1, a strikeout, victim in the 7th, walked in the 9th. Rasmus, the 6th reliever used by Scioscia tonight. He gets Seager out in front.
Nice pitching by Rasmus. Maybe he can pick up his first major league victory here now with a run to the bottom of the 11th.
Tie, and the Halos will have Mark Trumbo, Cole Calhoun, and Eric Ibar to face Bobby Laframboise, who came in and got the job done. Got the double play ball off the bat of Josh Hamilton to finish off the 10th inning.
Pretty sure that Mark Trumbo is going to be swinging pretty hard this first pitch. Hopefully it will get a fastball, mistake fastball in the inner half.
That game, by the way, in Tampa is now complete. The bottom of the 18th inning. David DeJesus singled home Desmond Jennings. 6 hours, 54 minutes.
18 innings. Ernie Banks happy about playing 2.
Yeah, I'm sure Ernie's thrilled right now about 12:45 or no, what is it now? 1 o'clock Chicago time.
Yeah, he was probably watching. He loves double headers.
Oh, sure. It's a great day to play 2.
Yeah.
Trumbo tonight is 0 for 3. Did reach on the air by Seager in the 7th inning. Came around to score one of the 2 runs and tie it up. 1 ball, 1 strike. You figure that Laframboise is just going to stay away from Trumbo here. There's the updated wild card standings. Texas now a game back. They lost today to the Royals. So Tampa in the top spot. Cleveland in that 2 spot. 2-1.
Boy, back-to-back years where Texas has had some significant collapses in the month of September. Made the postseason last year as a wild card team.
Two 1 on the way. Downstairs, 3 balls, 1 strike. The Angels finish off the regular season with 4-game series in Arlington against Texas beginning next Thursday.
What great hitters count if he's willing to challenge Trumbo with a fastball.
3-1 on the way. He challenged it. This is bounced to short. Franklin has it. 1 away. Up steps Cole Calhoun. Cole tonight 1 for 3, had a single in the 5th inning. Also drew a walk in the 7th.
.389 hitter against left-handed pitching coming into the game tonight.
0-1 count. Seager off the line at 3rd, just about even with the bag. 0-2. Coach might get the question after the game about the 10th inning. Why sacrifice Howie Kendrick? For J.B. Shuck led off the inning with a walk, thus opening up first base for the intentional walk to Trout. Wedge, of course, went to the bullpen, brought in this young man, and got that double play ball. Missed in. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Seattle with 2 runs in the top of the 7th. The Halos answer with 2 unearned runs in the bottom of the 7th. 2-2 on the way. Up high. Full count.
Good at bat here working for Calhoun. Was behind 0-2. Now full count. Eric Ibar on deck.
Now the payoff pitch. This is hit sharply in. Ackley can't get this one. Into the alley in right center field. Calhoun is going to stop right there. Saunders gets the baseball back in quickly. It is a 1-out single for Cole.
Well, good at bat for Calhoun, but real good job by Saunders to be able to cut that off and get that in quickly, because out of the batter's box, Calhoun had that look. He was going to go for 2. Hit well, and again, another base hit off a left-handed pitcher for Calhoun. Had to be behind the count 0-2, got to a full count, and then a base hit. Finally got something by Ackley. Nice play by Saunders, cutting that off.
There's Eric Ibar. Tonight 0 for 3. Had a sacrifice bunt in the 7th. Seager almost right on the bag at third base. 1-0. Bonds a little bit deeper in left field than we've seen throughout this entire game. Franklin Gutierrez, on the other hand, shallow and toward the foul line and right. This is looped out to center field. Saunders is right there, makes the catch. Cole was way off the bag, but the throw pulls smoke off the bag. And Calhoun gets back in there. 2 outs.
Boy, hit well by Ibar. Saunders playing shallow. Cuts it off, and fortunately enough, his throw to first base was just wide enough that allowed Calhoun to get back to the base. Off the bat, Calhoun thought it might go down and land in the outfield. But Saunders comes in quickly and catches it, and a strong throw that just pulls smoke off first.
If that throws on the bag, double play. Here's Chris Iannetta. Struck out looking his last time up. Takes low. Again, left front Boyce against right-handed batters has not thrown one pitch inside. Everything's been away.
Everything down and away. Even the pitch that Trumbo grounded out was out of the strike zone. 3-1.
Oh for 1 tonight. Defensive replacement after Conger was pinch hit for. That was in the 7th. Cole with 1 stolen base, has been caught once. The 1-0 pitch, way off the plate. There's a 2-0. Iannetta fouls it off to the right. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Got a pretty good pitch to drive. Just fouled it straight back.
Calhoun over at first base. 2-1 count on Iannetta. Fouls this one off to the right. 2-2. Seattle in the 12th. If we get that far. We'll have the top of the order coming up. And Ackley, Saunders, and Gutierrez. Corey Rasmus will be coming back out for his 2nd inning at a very economical 11th inning. 2 strikeouts for him. Now the 2-2. And this is a hit out toward left center field. Hit well. Saunders giving chase. That one is off the wall. Here comes Cole Calhoun. Relay to the plate. That is not in time. Like that baby Evers. The Angels walk off on the Mariners. The final 3-2.
what another great come from behind victory. Tied it up and then win here in the bottom of the 11th. The 11th has been good the last couple of games for the Halos. Corey Rasmus picks up his first Major League win. Chris Iannetta, coming off being Player of the Week, drives in. Cole Calhoun got a fastball. They finally did go inside. Wrong decision against Chris Iannetta. He turns on it, crushes this ball to left center field. Saunders tried to get back there, unable to do so, even though they were playing deep. One hops the wall. He did a good job as far as getting in as quick as possible. But Calhoun, running around, base hit, scores the winning run for the Halos. What a job. What a victory. Chris Iannetta once again coming through with a big base hit as the Halos continue to make that climb towards 500. Now just a few games under 500, now 36-40. And Corey Rasmus getting his first Major League victory. The bullpen itself outstanding tonight. Shutout baseball throughout. Great job, of course, started off by Matt Shoemaker. It's Chris Iannetta going to walk his way out, finally make his way out to Jose Mota to talk about that game-winning hit. Take it away, Jose.
Thanks a lot, Michael. Chris, this has been a turnaround for you, but in situations like that, you know, games on the line, driving the ball is a priority, or what else are you looking to do?
Just trying to get on base. Early on, I was looking for a pitch to hit the drive, and then, you know, the ball's down and away most of the time. I fouled off 2 fastballs to hit that were on the other half, and then he left a slider over the middle of the plate, and I was able to get to it.
Let's talk about your bullpen and the job they did. And also on top of that, I'm going to make it short. How about what you saw from the bench on Matt Shoemaker in his debut here tonight?
That was awesome. He did a great job. You know, I mean, you never know what to expect in a guy making their debut, but he did a really good job. He looked really calm out there, and our bullpen was great all day.
Thank you very much. Go in there.
Thanks for having me.
Iannetta does it again for the Angels. Continues to swing a hot bat. The Angels rolling. Angels Live with Tim Sabat, Victor Rojas coming up right after this.